Monday. Today's a Monday. Also, my internet is struggling still, which sucks. Hopefully it doesn't continue. Hopefully it fixes itself. But anyway, hi everybody. Hope you're all doing well. And yeah, we are live. Painting. More painting. I'm gonna do... So, I actually don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm torn. So first of all, this is what we did last stream. We did some plein air painting with the... Here, let me open up the references so I can do the show and tell. No, so this is what we did last stream. We had a bunch of locations on MapCrunch. We painted them. I was pretty happy with them. We actually had more than this, but I condensed it into the 4 because it looks better that way. But these are the ones that we did, and I'm pretty happy with them. I like them all. This one's a little weird. I feel like this one almost needs, like... It's not super clear that I intentionally exaggerated it. I feel like... I don't know. I'm not happy with that one. I don't think it turned out that great. This one, though, I was quite happy with. I thought it turned out pretty good. Considering, like, I actually feel like I kind of got the proportions and stuff right. Which isn't always my goal. But in this one, it kind of was. And I kind of got it right. This one was fun, too. I liked the figuring out where the light was coming from. This image was so confusing. Because there's this weird shadow on the corner, which we discovered was actually a very poorly placed telephone pole shadow. And so it just happened to be on the edge, so it looked like the shadow was wrapping around, and it gave a weird optical illusion. Once you see it, you can kind of tell that is what it is, but it was not easy to figure it out, and we actually had to go into the image, into the street view, and look around and figure out what in the world is making the shadow. And it was a telephone pole quite a distance away, because the shadows were quite long. Anyway, so that was fun. But yeah, so today I don't think I'm going to do more Street View. I think there's two options. Option 1 is start something new, do some thumbnailings, make things up from memory, or not from memory, but from imagination, sort of, you know, the normal thumbnail process, and then eventually get references and then continue painting, right? Fantasy landscape stuff. Or option 2 is continue working on this, because I do want to finish it. I want to post it to Instagram or something, just kind of be done with it. It's not super polished by any means. I don't think it ever will be. But there's just things that I'm kind of not loving. Also, for whatever reason, every time... This is like a big black hole up here. I don't know. It's just... It needs something. I don't know if it needs cropping, if it needs reworking on the composition. It almost feels like it's two images, like maybe this is the image. Or, I don't know. So that's another option, is I do that. And I'm not sure which one to do. So if you want to throw your 2 cents in, anyone, dear chatter, maybe I'll make a straw poll. And in the meantime, maybe I'll do a thumbnail. I don't know. I'm not even sure what I would spend doing on this. Like, what I would actually paint on this. I know it needs help, but I'm not really sure what it is. I feel like it more just needs a direction. Like, this is feels like a focal point, but it's off to the side, as I've mentioned. I think I was saying I was going to add some, like... Also, I don't know why I'm using my mouse. I was talking about using... like putting like a mobile up here with like little birds, and the birds could be like also metal. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do like a paint over while I'm still... Okay, let me do something. Let me close this. Let's open the actual file. I'm going to save it as a new file so that today's session is on its own thing. That way if I goof it up or ruin it or whatever, these can stay there. This can be closed for now. So yeah, I'm thinking having little metal, like in Magic the Gathering they call them Thopters, but really little, like, they could be anything. They could be little airplanes or birds or mechanical, like mechanical flying machines, kind of is what I'm in some ways thinking. So like not necessarily birds, but maybe bird shaped. But maybe they are like mechanical things with wings that flap. So more like a, like back in the day, those prototypes of airplanes where some of the early, I don't know if it was the early ideas, but people wanted to make planes that flap their wings and kind of look like birds. Basically that, right? Like mechanical flappy planes. um, they definitely have like a steampunk vibe to them. So I don't know. I'm just gonna, or maybe they're bug shaped or something. I'm just gonna make some blobs and see where we go. This is kind of a paint over, so I'm not too worried. I think I'm even on, no, I'm not on one layer. I'm on its own layer. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. I think if whatever I do, I will put them in a circle though. So I'm gonna just draw the circle in. Maybe, I can always look up some mobiles. Mobiles. Is that what they're called? Mobiles? Mobiles? Isn't that like what you call like I don't know. Um, I thought that was just like being mobile. Like, what's the difference between being mobile and then like a thing that hangs like in a baby's bedroom that like, you know what I mean? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Maybe you don't even know. Maybe I'm not using the right word. This thing here. Let me open up a reference file. New update available. Great. One of these. So like these things with like hang, and then they have the things that hang down, and they like spin. Sometimes they're more like a model. Sometimes they things like this. Of course, it doesn't have to be for literal children. It could be like models. Um, you've probably seen things like this, stuff like that. Basically, hanging things that fly. And I think but basically birds, airplanes, anything that hanging from the ceiling to give the illusion that they are flying. And oftentimes they hang from these like precarious contraptions so that they kind of have like a wobble to them. They're not super stable. Sometimes they spin, so if you bump one of them, they all kind of move around in various ways, and they don't always move in like just a perfect circle. Sometimes they like the rotation of one will like move the other thing the other way. Anyway, just stuff. So yeah, I kind of thinking something like that, hanging down, might be fun. But anyway, hope everyone's doing well today. Hope the weekend. Hope the weekend went well. And for anyone who thought we were gonna watch shows and stuff, yes, not shows, but art videos yesterday in Discord, I apologize. Had a conflicting schedule, or technically so I thought. It actually wasn't in the end, but I still felt it was best to cancel the video watching session. I try to watch the videos in Discord every 2 weeks. And just like stuff, videos that I've saved throughout the week. Mostly like art educational stuff, a lot of the regulars, but really also we'll try to find like new people who make content to watch. I don't know. Sometimes people will explain things, most of the stuff we've heard a million times, but it's always interesting to see how new creators explain things, new maybe insights. Typically not new insights, but like old insights explained in a different way. I don't know. I enjoy watching educational material. Just because I've seen a topic or 20 on, color and light doesn't mean that I can't learn new things. I think as I've learned art, really, I don't know. It's more of like I don't want to say a revelation, but like it's almost like a philosophical revelation where like you realize that growing up and doing tests throughout school that like you know that like if you had to read something and then you were quizzed on it, like you probably didn't always ace it, right? There's always things that kind of slipped by you. Somehow you swore you read the whole thing, but you for whatever reason don't remember a thing. It was like a hole in your memory. Like who knows? Like there's just always something, right? There was always it was always like at least for me, I was never like a, read a thing once and then I could answer any and every question about it. Like there would be some concept I didn't understand. And I like the same is true now, right? Like why would we think that we can watch a single video on a topic or read a book and be like, "Yep, I got it all." Anyway, so that was kind of the realization of like, okay, even if I feel like I understand it, I know that I probably don't. And so I can just make the assumption that I don't understand it, and I can treat myself as if I can always have something to learn. And so I try to do that, and that's kind of why I like to watch these videos, just kind of keep myself constantly trying to consume educational material, just so that maybe I can, maybe I'll stumble across something that I wouldn't have otherwise, because, yeah, there's always something. A new way to apply an old thing. Okay, but yeah, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of thinking about about what to do here. I do like, okay, so I think whatever I do, they'll hang at different depths, right? So one can hang down here, one can be up here, maybe another back here. And I kind of want like, I don't know, like a nice composition, right? Like small, medium, large kind of thing. Maybe the big one in front, of course, but maybe it's down lower because we don't want it too close to the edge. I don't know. I'm just kind of sketching very, very loosely here. And I don't think we actually need the circular thing. Just the illusion that it isn't a circle, right? Which of course means if I need to follow that circular pattern more, that's probably fine. We could start with like actual like airplane shapes and go from there. I don't know if that's what I want to do. I have a hunch it's not. Also, I'm using a soft eraser thingy when I'm erasing, so it's gonna look terrible for a bit. But my goal isn't to make this look nice right now. My goal is to just sketch something in so that my brain has shapes that sort of make sense. Basically, shapes in perspective that vaguely resemble an airplane or some sort of flying craft or something with wings. Again, could be a bird. Part of me wants to do bird stuff because these are animals and just keeping it in the animal themed would be kind of cool. But yeah. I'm also open to doing other stuff. Other things. I am open to taking suggestions, doing thumbnails. I think today's just going to be kind of a free-for-all day. That's not the right word. But kind of a free-for-all day where I do anything. And just kind of bounce around. Maybe we'll even do the Wordle or the connections or something. I don't know. I'm up for anything. Heck, we could even try like words on stream, although I've never done that before, but I do have it, I think. I think it's super simple. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I have it set up at some point. But yeah, I'm up for anything. I'm kind of just gonna do like a lazy work day. I feel like I have to reward myself because I know this is like very, very last minute because it's the 13th and taxes were due on the 15th, but I did my taxes yesterday after postponing it for way too long. So, yay me. I'm done with that. I feel like I don't have anything immediately that I have to do like this instant. I feel like everything is pretty much like I don't really have any deadlines, which is cool. So, yay. Maybe some blimp-inspired objects. I do like my airships. Airships from, I mean, things like Final Fantasy and just airships in general, or like blimps and stuff, but these sort of like steampunky looking flying mobiles, flying things. I always enjoyed those. Airships have always been really cool to me. It's funny, like I don't think of myself as someone who likes steampunk, but then all of the like the stuff that's not like in your face steampunk, I think is really cool. I think like when it comes to like cities and vehicles, steampunk is pretty neat, but I'm not like a fan of like the aesthetic of the like the wardrobe of like the Victorian era clothing, and like I don't care that much for that. But I do like steampunk when it comes to vehicles and like, you know, if you have like a mech or a robot and you make it steampunk inspired, I think that's awesome. With like, you know, the visible gears and stuff. I've always enjoyed that. Hey Skittle, how's it going? Hello, hello. Hope it's going well. It is going well. Hap Monday. Hap Monday to you too. How goes the Monday? I was just saying I did my taxes, which I'm proud of myself because it was literally 2 days until the deadline. Although I'm pretty sure even if you miss it, like I'm pretty sure you can just still file. Like I don't know if it's like is it a real deadline? I kind of think it's not. I've never missed it, but I know people who are like, "Oh, I haven't filed my taxes in however many years." And it's like and so I did them all this year. And I'm like, "Wait, what? You can do that?" And apparently you can do that. I don't know. Maybe that's not true, but I don't know. I'm not willing to risk it and find out, but like it like for example, if you didn't do your taxes, what are they gonna do? Like, I guess they could fine you, but like, sorry, you can't do your file your taxes. Like, you need to file your taxes. So, like, what if you owe a bunch of money or something? Then, of course, they're gonna let you do it, right? Because it's them getting money. So obviously you can file them late if you owe the government money. And so you would think if you're getting like a tax return, also, then you could file them. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know how taxes work. I just do it and do the things and click the stuff that is, you know, I make sure I read the things and do everything right. Um, but yeah, I feel like the tax deadlines might be a lie. That's like tinfoil hat. I don't know. I'm not a tax person. Don't quote me on that. It probably isn't. File your taxes if you haven't done it. Anyway, but yeah, I'm proud of myself because I finally did it. But yeah, I'm kind of just noodling. I don't know. Do I like this? This image has that piecemeal effect that I kind of don't like. And while I'm on the topic of things I don't like, let's just change. Let's try something. I was thinking about this earlier with this cat. It just feels a little small, like in relative to the picture frame, you know? Like as a focal point, you know, it kind of felt like it was too small. It didn't take up enough real estate in this area because we had this big. It actually there was a funny thing, and I don't know. I've been trying to get better at this when I have a thought to like actually think about it rather than just like let it pass me by. I don't know if I can show this. File open. Let's open up an old file. So when the painting was this, when the painting was this, funny enough, I didn't feel like this was an empty space. I actually felt like this was a focal point. Like, in a way, right? Because, like, oh, it's a desk and somebody's working on something. This thing's almost looking at the desk. But the second I added the cat... Oops, let's go back. When I added the cat, I felt like now this space felt empty, which was weird because I added something, right? You add something into a space and now it feels more empty than when you didn't. Like, I think it's because I just added a bunch of random crap. Like, they were all kind of disjointed. Here's a thing, here's a thing, here's a thing, here's a thing. And there was no, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know even how to phrase it, but I feel like it just felt empty. And maybe putting the cat more central and like actually being the focal point would be the thing to do. And obviously I can paint the cat properly and like, give it highlights on its face and stuff. And there's issues with the rendering, but I'm more concerned with like just the feeling of the image. And this isn't the first time I've experienced this with paintings, especially when I'm trying to make them detailed. There's this feeling that like there it's not a clear composition. Like if I were to make it black and white, you don't have like high contrast in one spot and it's not like all the contrast is here and then all of this contrast is gone and like this is the focal point. It's not like that, right? I have random bits of contrast everywhere. It just feels a little bit messy. I don't know. I think this works though. And that's why I kind of want to treat this as like a test. This is my science stream, my experimentation of just trying things. Also, the shadow of the cat would, yeah. I think the larger cat works better. It also maybe moving it that way so that it's more like breaking this form of the paper. And of course, I will do the shadows. Because there should be a shadow here. I don't know, something like that. And I'm also maybe while I'm on it and just moving things around, maybe I'll scooch things over. It melds with the desk too. Feel like a part of the desk much more than a focal point. You mean when it was smaller now? See, now I feel like it kind of, I don't know. Now I feel like it's better. I don't know, maybe not. It's so hard to know what to do. Like, these things are big placements of stuff. Also, like, this is maybe too big. I know it feels bad doing this. But I don't want to make this so in our face, you know? And then maybe a little bit dimmer. And again, I'm trying to just do like rough and sort of... I like the bigger cat more towards the center of the desk. Put more towards the center. Oh, the way that I just did it? Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the rest of the stuff. I think if I... Like, part of me thinks if I just put enough stuff in here, it'll fix it. Like, it'll end up working. Like, put a bunch of flying things. Maybe these flying things have little gems in them as well. Pebble C, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I sometimes have had the issues in the past where when I just start putting a bunch of random crap in there, it just tugs the image in too many directions. And it doesn't feel like there's a... I don't know. Like on one hand, I kind of want this to feel just like an environment, right? There's not a story taking place. This is the environment. The cat is part of the environment. It is just like a robot thing. This is probably stuck in this pose. It probably doesn't even move. Maybe it does. I don't know. But it's just like this guy's creations, right? These are all creations in a workspace. And so that I kind of like it just to be full of stuff, but at the same time, I still want there to be, a flow of how your eyes move around the page and what you look at and a little bit of like, you piecing together what this space is on your own without having to work too hard. I do think this is better though, the smaller thing rather than glowing on the side of the image. I think moving it inward a bit is good. Ooh, they could be like goldfish inspired, or like some sort of fishy thing. The small crystals on the dog and being a little more centralized feels a bit more balanced. Yeah, yeah, this stuff's tough for me. I like on one hand, I feel like I'm not bad at composition, but it's the when I start adding random crap, doing it in a way that maintains some semblance of consistency or something. I don't know. It gets really tough for me. Like I know this isn't the ideal way to work. Like I should in some ways have things sketched out beforehand so that like I should have known this was going to be in here and that way I can plan everything. But I think just the way that I painted it just kind of didn't lend itself well to this way of working. And so now it's like I'm kind of working in with a bad process and I've got to try and figure out how to make this work. Which is a good experience. I think it's good to like I mean maybe that's coping, but I think it's fine to do sort of not amazing processes and sort of learning how to like adapt and adjust and be more flexible. I don't know. That's something that I value anyway. It may not be an ideal process, but I think learning how to deal with less than ideal circumstances is good too. At least that's what I tell myself. But yeah, I think the focal point of the dog being off to the side is just kind of weird. What the heck? Is my YouTube stream way behind? Am I like dropping frames like crazy? Glanced over. Here, I need to pause that. I glanced over at my YouTube stream and I saw myself open a menu, but I didn't have a menu open. It's weird when I see myself on stream do something that I didn't do. Or maybe I did open a menu? I don't know. I don't think I did. That's creepy. Anyway. It's like that thing where like you look in a mirror and you see yourself wave, but you didn't wave, and you're like, oh no, it's moving on its own. What's happening? You see that in like scary movies and stuff. That's kind of what it looked like. I looked at myself and I saw myself do something, but it was something I'd done way earlier. Anyway, very strange. You like the idea of one of those birds from the mobile on the desk under the cat's paw? If it was, oh, that's fun. That's a fun little story narrative. See, I don't know if I want the cat to be like alive. But yeah, we could have like a little thingy where the bird has like fallen down. That'd be fun. It's not a bad idea. Or even if the cat didn't catch it, making you think that maybe it did. Also, just to show you guys what I'm kind of thinking of, MTG Thopter. This is kind of the vibe that I'm going for. Let's. So there's a lot of different styles, because every set has their own Thopters. This is not the style I was thinking of, but there's these. This is a little bit more what I was thinking. Oh, can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. Like these things, like winged thingies with like, ignore that there's a pie there. But like little creatures that are like, almost like blimps kind of, but typically they have wings. Just like little flying thingies. Little flying things. Here's another one. They're all very different, but they have like a... Okay, that one's creepy. That one has an eye. But anyway, this is kind of what I'm thinking of. Here's a good example, I think. Little winged, like, small things with wings. I think they're small. I don't think they're big. I don't think like you could actually. I think they're autonomous. Like you can't sit in them. They're gears and gadgets and stuff. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Yeah, kind of like dragonflies. Yeah, very much like dragonflies, insect-like things that buzz, but they have like these intricate. They're I think of them as like fragile. You know, these delicate things. You know those like like little clockwork birds and stuff that are you feel like if you move it wrong you're gonna break it because they're super delicate and like intricate clockwork. That's kind of that feeling. Yeah, it's a cool aesthetic. Yeah, like intricate clockwork, I guess. And dragonfly themed. And yeah, maybe like wings of some sort. But in this case, we'll have little power sources that are green. Little, I mean, similar to this one, the last, which one was it? This one that I showed? Similar to that one, right? Having like a little like a glass bulb or some of these like a compartment where all the gears and stuff are kind of seen, or like I mean, maybe I don't think about the green wings. I don't think we're gonna do that. But like maybe having like the little shell, like the underbelly of it or something, is like the glass, like a glass dome, and you can, you know, I don't know if we'll get to that amount of detail, but maybe there's little like gears and stuff visible through that, where it's like, you know, the area where you can see into it. Um, and it's like you can see kind of the gears turning and stuff. But also, these are models, right? These aren't the real deal. I mean, maybe they are the real deal, but they're hanging. So, but yeah, it's a fun aesthetic, and it's fun to just doodle on and play around with shapes and get ideas. Maybe yeah, inspired by dragonflies or other things. Yeah, maybe there's one here. I don't know if I want the wings to be like I do like the idea of the wings looking like wings, especially in this area where like you have. Do I want green? The reason I'm thinking about the green wings here is because I want them to be very visible and clear what we're looking at. So like if there's a thing like that or something, just a very small thing, just to kind of. And again, this is all on its own layer, so I'm just kind of doodling here with a big chunky brush. We could probably make this smaller, actually, the smaller file size, or the resolution bigger so that we can do more detail if we want. I don't think I'm quite there yet. I'm still just figuring out how I want to do this. Something like that, maybe? Little metal tips or something. But yeah, just a little thopter. Little thingy. Maybe they're. I'm not quite sure how it's gonna work. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of a. I'm not sure if I like that idea. I mean, the idea is cool, but like having it sort of having caught a thing. I don't know. Also, there's artifacts here. Artifacts from me moving things around. I like this one. I think if I can get the perspective right, because I have this thing of like airplanes from below this image, which is kind of nice because it's giving me some foundation of perspective. Like maybe there's one here, right? Kind of like in this image, except maybe it's facing the other way. You know, our eye line is about here, right? So a lot of these things are going to be going towards our eye line. So like, for example, if this were parallel lines, they might be converging down here. So they're basically, we're just looking straight up at it. But also at an angle, because then it shows better. Stuff like that, maybe. Maybe like that. I don't know. I kind of got to figure this out, because right now these are all the same size. Also, they're all hanging at the same distance, and I'm not sure I like that. I think I'm going to want them all at different distances. Because so that it's like kind of has that mobile look, you know, like these things, how they all hang, some hang up top and others hang down below. Also, like being on these sort of stick things would be kind of cool. I don't know if that's actually what I want to do, but it's not a bad idea. Some lower than the others. Not sure how I want to do that. I don't really want to put lines going across like that, because that's also going to draw more attention, but I do like the idea that some of these are... I guess we could just have them hanging. I don't know. Let's try some stuff. Just moving them around now that I have random shapes. Again, these aren't really in perspective. These are just kind of around. I feel like this image is going to be a lot of fiddling. A lot of fiddling, which is okay. It is fun. It's fun. I think it's good to just like spend time fiddling sometimes. And I think if you always have, again, maybe this is coping, but I think if you always have a plan and you execute it, you don't get like the experience of, you know, just like thinking through problems that maybe you have spent a long time avoiding. And I feel like there's a lot of that with my art, where it's like I can paint stuff and I can render things okay, and I think, but there are certain things where like I just don't do it, and maybe it's like adding this level of complexity, multi-character or multi-object scenes, you know, just things that I probably avoid, maybe unnecessarily, and so it's probably good to just force myself. Okay, where can the wings be? I do want wings on these Thopters. I think having some wings go upward would be nice, because we are seeing them from below. But then maybe also having some wings go downward would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I've done it before, but I think there are going to be things... I think what I'm struggling with in some ways is like... I think multi-object scenes, if I know exactly what all the things are from the start, like I've had it work well, but I've also had it not work well, and I don't think I've really figured out what I do and don't like about them, and like I don't know how to avoid those problems from the start, right? And I think if I sit time with the problems and figure out what those problems are, then I can maybe avoid some of those problems in my later paintings before I ever get to them in the first place. right? And so I think it's fine to sit with them, with the problems, and just like move things around, play with it a bit. And of course, there are things that I know, like that I'm doing that I probably shouldn't be. But yeah, like right now, these things are all very much just in the same shape, and I don't like that, but that's okay. Do I want like a... How do I want to arrange them? I mean, I could just take like just a dark color, not a dark color, but just a light color, and just make blobs, treat them as just the things, and just kind of put them around the image. Which ones do I want pointing downward? Which ones do I want pointing upward? Like, I think I would want these pointing down because they're up high. Or maybe I would want the top ones pointing downward. The wings showing down, and then these showing upward. But see, that's backwards for perspective. Because the things higher, you should see more underneath them, right? Which would give that perspective. And then the things lower would be down. But that's kind of... I guess that works, sort of. That's kind of what I was doing, I guess, already. Pebble C, I don't think I asked, but hope you're doing well, and are you doing any art? You don't have to actually answer, but if you are doing art and you'd like to share or anything, you're welcome to. This is gonna be a slow progress stream, I say, and then maybe it won't be. Maybe I'll figure something out and I'll just start cruising. We will see, though. But yeah, multi-object scenes are definitely not my strong suit. I prefer more simple compositions, keeping it simple. Also, I don't typically do a lot of, like, narrative. I mean, this isn't really narrative, but kinda, right? I do like the wispy look of wings. You're procrastinating on finishing a project for a beginning art class. I'm trying to get your mind ready. Oof. Well, good luck. Ooh, let's do that. What if these things have, like... We can add some gesture to these wings, I think. Because they're not actually flying. I mean, they could have gesture anyway, but... Very, very wispy. I'm trying to think, how do I want to do this? Like... On one hand, I want them to kind of follow a general circle or a general ellipse so that you can kind of see them hanging down and... And yeah, if you hear me asking questions like, what do I do here? They're really just me talking to myself. But if anyone doesn't have any ideas, feel free to chime in. Although there's a good chance I won't understand what you're saying because there's a lot of like... a lot of times when people try to give like art direction over the internet, which I'm totally open to like backseat arting, by the way, just for anyone listening. But a lot of times people are like, what if the second one on the right, you move it downward? And I'm busy like flipping the canvas. And by the time I see what you've said, I've flipped it. And so I don't even know. It's hard to like orient things. But yeah, that's just a heads up. But yeah, no, people are... If you see something like an obvious solution or something to a problem, feel free to chime in. Okay, which ones are in the foreground? Which ones are in the background? That's a question I've got to answer. Is this in the background? I mean, it's gotta be, right? So let's make it smaller. And we'll put that back here. And then maybe this one is in the foreground. Maybe we'll do a little bit of exaggerating the sizes. So we can use like the white paper as like the color for the hanging down bits. Where's this one then? Is this also in the foreground? I'm sure there's a better way to do this. I think this... I think that's the best way. Just starting... Okay, this one will be in shadow though, so maybe it can be high up and it can be large, but because it's in, like in the foreground. But I don't want it to be like in our... Right? Like it's bigger, but also maybe it's less clear. Maybe it has 4 wings. I feel like I could just fiddle with this all day and not make any progress. It might be at a point where, like, once I start figuring out kind of what I want to do, maybe I start over. Not with the whole image, but, like... Like, sort of start over. Actually, here, what if I do this? Okay. Let's first cut this out, because it's kind of fun there. So we keep it there for now. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna keep this here. I'm gonna make this layer, I'm gonna make it orange. Just gonna try to talk through my process. Also, you guys can't see that it's orange. That's okay. So I made that orange. So what I want to do is roughly where these are, I want to sketch out like the structure of the things hanging. So like maybe they're there, right? So now, imagine we have a crossbar. So I'm just gonna make like lines from here to here to here to here. Right? Things hanging down. But they don't have to be totally balanced. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? You weight them, don't you? Isn't that the whole idea? So, like, the heavier ones... So, like, if for example, if you have something here on this... So, if you have, let's say, something hanging here, and then something to balance out, if it's heavier, you can bring it inward and do, like, a bigger one, right? So what I need to do is I need to sketch out like a a big, medium, small thing that fits around this circle, but also kind of makes sense in a pleasing way. Starlick, how's it going? So, like, for example, if I just start with them around here, so maybe one here. Again, don't know if this is in the background or in the foreground. Maybe a small one near it. A bigger one here. We definitely need some, almost like planets, you know? But I want them to be still having this motion because I want it to read as elliptical, right? Like I want it to read as not elliptical, but like yeah, elliptical. That's the word. Pretty good. How about you, Stiller? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. And of course, more in the background because, and then more on the sides, right? So as it turns the form, like here, you'd get more because they're gonna cluster, I think. Like that's kind of how I think those things work. Right? Because if you have like a circle and everything's evenly spaced, right? Oop, how do I draw this? Right, if you have an ellipse and everything's evenly spaced around it, it's here where it starts condensing because this is actually a lot of distance, right? So like this distance is the same as this distance. And so yeah, they get very smushed. So that means you'd have lots of overlap on those sides, like here, right? You'd have overlap here, and then some back here. But it also depends on how I want to section this up and make things hanging. Do I only put 4? I don't think I only want 4, right? I want multiple things hanging, but on each of these... Gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to talk through it. Hope that I'd come to some revelation here. We could do like the solar system, have a big thing in the middle and everything else is around it. That's not really what I want, though. That's not the plan. This isn't the solar system. It's supposed to be just a mobile hanging things with little floaty things. Starlight, hope you're doing well. You said, oh, you said you're good. That's good. I do feel like having a big one in the foreground. Or here, let's do this, actually. I got an idea. Let's move this to be basically straightforward and like that. So that this is the big one in the foreground. I think that one I'm pretty confident we can do, right? It can also be a little bit higher up, maybe. So that's the big one in the foreground. Okay, I'm pretty confident I want that one there. Then we can have, along here, we can have maybe a couple small ones. But I also want this to be like another crossbar, right? Let's put like a couple small ones. Maybe like that. What's that one? So yeah, I think maybe hanging lower in the middle. Is that the idea? That they hang lower in the middle? Because if they hung low on the outside, that feels like it would throw it off balance. I mean, how low it hangs is irrelevant. It's about the weight. But visually, it would also throw it off balance. So the bigger ones in the middle, smaller ones on the side. I mean, I technically you could have it hang very low, right? And it could just be a little lightweight one. But that just feels wrong, right? Doesn't that just feel not right? That doesn't feel right. I think it makes sense for us to have one like kind of like a reverse triangle, you know? Hanging a little lower in the middle. But also we can have some back here too, right? Okay, I think I've got part of it. So here's the crossbars. Now I'm gonna erase my ellipse and hope that it maintains the... I don't know what that one was for. Maybe a little lower. I don't know. This is definitely not the best way to do it. I'm just kind of making up as I go, trying to solve a problem. Hopefully by the end of this, I will be a little bit better at solving this kind of problem and have more of an intuition of like what is working and what isn't, and hopefully understand why. But even if I don't, hopefully I'll at least have an intuition towards it. Just through experience. I don't know. Let's look at some mobiles. Model airplanes hanging model airplanes. Images. So most people just hang them one at a time. They don't do like a whole full-on mobile. I mean, there's some like this that are just like a bunch of things. Like these are airplanes, but they have this circle. They're all just hanging straight down, which isn't really what I'm looking for. I guess I'm looking more for this, right? But not quite this. But basically this. But this also is, again, this is very like rough, but this is kind of the vibe. Yeah, maybe I put the distinct crossbars up here. Hmm. This isn't a bad this is a good example, I think. Maybe we'll go with that. That sort of... I mean, I already had that crossbar up there, so that was the logical way of setting it up. But maybe we make it a big, chunky crossbar. But I don't want it to be bright, right? Because who cares? Who cares if it's bright, right? Like, we don't... It's not the focal point. We don't want it to be clear. What we do want is probably some of the strings to be a little visible. And I don't need the strings to be super visible, but having them kind of visible could help. And of course, we could have one from the middle too, I guess. But if we have it in the middle, now I've made a problem for myself, and that I have these 3 lines all in the middle. I guess that's okay, though. We can have, like, Thopter back here. Thopter here and Thopter here. That kind of works. And then maybe a couple here. Maybe we do that. It's pretty symmetrical, but that actually works. Of course, ignoring that bright light back there. Yeah, I think that works. And now, of course, I can also do rotation of the thing. So, like, this silhouette doesn't have to be this way. It could also just be, like, a dot, right? Because it could be, like... Right, it could be, like, facing us if we wanted. And then if we wanted, like, vertical shapes here, we could do that here as well. I think that's not a bad way to do it. Lots of choices. I also kind of want one of them to be fallen down, as Skittle pointed out, like on the table. Because like maybe if they're like birds, the cat has got a bird. Or like not literally, but like maybe one was being worked on by the shop owner, and so he took it down and set it down there, but it just happened to look like the cat snatched it. But wouldn't that throw the whole mobile balance off? So now we'd have a tilt, which actually is probably not bad. We could have a tilt. And this one could hang down lower. So we still have one here, but this one is hanging down lower. And then it kind of... I guess it doesn't have to be from right here. Maybe something like that. And then maybe there is another one back here too. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's like this. And maybe there's like a... Like a 6-way mobile. Okay, I think I'm ready to start sketching them in. In my head, this makes sense. And in fact, I don't even need much more like contrast than a lot of this. Like a lot of this could be... I know I have this one already, which I don't think I need. Some of them are cool, like this one's kind of neat. I might just be able to like line it up and stick it somewhere, like here. But most of these, I think, we can pretty much just start over. For example, here's a little one. Could have some wings. We still want the tail to show. Yeah, the tail could show. This thing is rounded on the bottom. Again, kind of bug-like, I guess. Like one of those chunky bumblebees. Maybe. Again, I don't want this to be... Or maybe we do make it long-winged. I don't know, actually. I think that works. This one can have a little bit of shine here. Maybe, again, maybe a little bit of green on its underbelly. And then up top, it'll have, like... something like that. It's kind of wispy wings. Okay, there's one. And then we have another one back here that we've decided. I think I've decided that. This one could be just kind of like a standard shape. Maybe they're all facing in the same direction. So they're all like, this one is going towards us, this one is going, you know, like this way. So if they're kind of are all like, you know, they feel like this one's flying this way. I don't know. Maybe that's not right. I think I already goofed up what I said. This one would be going that way, actually, because this one would be going, right? So if this one was coming, if this one was in the front and it was going this way, this one would be going that way, right? Because this is, but yeah, okay. So I already goofed up. Trying to keep it all organized. Also, do I like this one hanging that low? I don't know. What a confusing mess to paint or try and plan. This is actually similar to my struggle with anatomy, by the way. For those I've never found a good way to articulate exactly why I struggle with anatomy so much. It's because when I'm doing it, like typically when I paint, I like to think about composition. You could turn one of them into a tricycle. Hey, Sharky, I could totally. But yeah, a lot of times when I'm doing painting, right, I like to think about composition. And normally, I can more or less put anything anywhere, right? Oh, I want something in the sky, I can put a cloud, I can put a bird, I can put a tree, right? It doesn't really matter. And there's many, many ways to paint trees, right? I mean, I guess trees still like at least have to come from the ground, so you are limited some. But like if you don't want it to come from the ground, then make it a cloud, right? And you can still compositionally put something in a spot and it can work pretty much no matter what you want. A cloud can be anywhere, right? You can just, it's outdoors, make a cloud, you know, right? Or something's along the horizon, you want to make a shape, make it a mountain, make it a house, make it a tree, right? There's infinite shapes you can do with just those simple tools. But when you get into things that are constructed, things that have, you know, this is how a car looks, this is how a human looks, right? Suddenly, you can't just say, oh, I want an extra wheel here. It doesn't work. Car has 4 wheels, right? Like, you can't just add a 5th wheel randomly and make it make sense, right? Oh, a human, if you want a certain gesture, you can't just say, I want their eye over here. No, you can't do that. They need to have their eyes the same spot, right? Like, it has to fit the anatomy. I mean, you can, but like, but you get what I'm saying, right? Well, even then though, that's true. On the back, that's true. You do have wiggle room, but like with humans, you can't just be like, oh, it would be nice if I had an extra appendage sticking out of their back, right? Like you're limited. And I think this mobile thing is the same. Like I can't just put anything anywhere because I want to make it make a logical sense. There needs to be some balance in the physical sense, not compositionally. The balance compositionally might be an imbalance in the, like, you know, if this thing were to actually hang, would it be able to hang, right? Um, yeah, and that for me is tough. Because I'm kind of I've trained myself in a sense to think the opposite direction, right? I oftentimes think about things compositionally and be like, okay, this could be all sorts of things. What do I want? Rather than thinking this is what I want to paint, how do I put it in my painting, right? Which is fine. That's not a bad way of thinking, but I just haven't really gotten good at that. Okay, let's merge all these together. And this. This is all the same cluster now. Okay, so we have one here. One here. Let's use that light line. Okay, one there. Could probably have another one here because this one is... But again, these could be very, very faint. Kind of feel like I want one hanging from here, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe not. Maybe I just keep it simple. Put another one here. I think that works. Okay. This'll work. Uh-oh, what happened to my... Oh, there it goes. I was gonna say, what happened to this one? Okay, so now, I do want some to look pretty much exactly like that, though, so maybe that's this one. Maybe this one has, like, the pointy back. Or does it have a pointy front? Yeah, pointy front. Something like that. Again, I'm going very, very loose here. These have the green wings. I don't know if I like that. Because I kind of like the green. I can imagine a mechanical rat running along the shelf too. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I could maybe hint at that. That'd be kind of fun. Ooh, I like that idea though. A mechanical rat. See how many little mechanical animals you can stick in here? That's a fun idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good thinking. I wonder if I would have come up with that on my own. Probably not. That's a cool idea, though. Very, very simple. Because, yeah, that totally fits with the mood, right? Things fluttering around. Yeah, that's a good idea. Scurrying around on the countertops. How would have I thought of that on my own? I guess just trying to think about the mood of this place. Think of dusty old workshops and what might be in a dusty old workshop, and think of like insects, rats, right? Stuff like that. I guess it feels like it's a very... A lot of times when ideas like that, when people suggest them, it feels like, wow, like that's so good. Like, what a genius, you know? Like, it just fits. It makes so much sense. But then, yeah, that's cool though. That's a good idea. Definitely stealing that. I will put a little rat scurrying across the count, just like the silhouette of a rat. You know, just like a... However rats look. Just really, really simple. Like a wind-up rat, maybe. Maybe it even has like you know, like the little wind-up thingy. You know how rats have the wind-up mouse? Put the wind-up mouse. Are those still things? Those were things, right? Wind-up mouse. Images. Are these wind-up mice? I don't even know. I guess this. But like, yeah, they have little wheels. You wind them up, and then you put them on the ground. They go, and they zoom. But maybe if I made it had big old wheels, so maybe the mouse on in the back would have the wheels. Kind of like a car, but a mouse. And then it has a little wind-up toy. Clockwork mouse. Ooh, that's a better... Clockwork. Yeah, that's better. Ooh, lots of AI. Gross. And honestly, it's not much better. I mean, they do get the right vibes. This is the one with like the underside of it. A lot of them look like this. They have the wheels on the inside. I like the idea of the wheels on the outside though, because then it has like the big ol' like it almost, I don't know. It has a look to it. But yeah. Good suggestion. Maybe this one has 4 wings. As does this one back here. Why? I don't know. Felt right. Now I am making these wings green, so I'm kind of stealing from Magic the Gathering here, but I'm kind of doing this because I feel like I need something to show the forms a little better, and the wings really, really help because I can just put little green blobs. It's really such an efficient design solution to make them a different color. Do dragonflies? Yeah, dragonflies have 4 wings. Maybe even more. Dragonfly. I think they have 4 wings. Yeah, they do. They've got 2 pairs. Like that. Here's another one. But they're like in front of each other. So these aren't quite dragonfly. Like, I'm not trying to make these exactly dragonflies. They're just little thopters. Little magical thingies. Except in this case, they're dangling from a... I mean, we could put one here. I mean, we could do that, too. It's not a bad idea. I keep losing this. It needs to be lighter. I think that's not bad. Is it perfect? Definitely not. Could also make the wings short and chunky. So, like, if I went like this. Or maybe this one is more like a dragonfly. Maybe like that. This one's gonna be the main star of the show though, so I want it to look cool. You know, it's kind of the front and center, and so I want it to be most detailed. The problem is I don't know how to do the wings on it. Do we go like this? Or do we make the wings go downward? Who knew this would take so long and be so difficult? This little tiny thing, I was like, I just can slap in some quick birds, make some shapes. Or maybe this one's more like helicopter. Nah. We could do this. If I bring the green down below, though, and wings like this. Actually, that's not bad. I thought helicopters were forbidden here. Well, it's not actually a helicopter. I'm not making a helicopter. I lied. It was just me throwing ideas around. Also, I'm tired of this thing reappearing as a bright green, because every time I erase or move the thing in the background, it reappears. I think that's good. I think having it like this is nice too, because then if I ever want to put the detail here, I can make these wings feel like they not clip on, but like... I can make it feel like they actually attach. Okay, now what shape do I want these? I mean, I think they can all be a little bit different in shape. Not bad. And then this is going to be the dangling thing. The string. That's what we call the dangling thing. This is the string. We could have made a chain, but I think a string will work. I still don't quite know what the design of this thing's going to be. We could do like a head of an insect. I don't think I want to do an actual insectoid thing. Like, I don't think I want a tail or like a dragonfly. We could. Something like that. Little long tails sticking up and out. Maybe they'd have a tiny bit of a tail. But not crazy big, you know? just so that the silhouette of them feels a little more real or something, you know? That's starting to look better. I feel like if I kind of squint, my brain knows what it's looking at. I mean, it's obviously very, very loose, right? And I am curious. So there's a... Let me Google it. I don't... There's a really interesting art lesson in here that I don't know if or how I'm going to apply it. I'm going to Google Marco Bucci ducks. Yeah, here it is. So he himself uses this as an example. I think it's like on a schoolism course or something. But back in the day, Marco Bucci painted this. And this is a good example, I think, and he uses it as an example too. So I'm kind of just regurgitating a lesson here. Where he painted a bunch of ducks, but you can kind of, like, if I were to ask you, like, point to a duck, right? You'd be like, okay, well, you kind of get that they're ducks, right? There's kind of some, again, these are like, there's kind of duck shapes, and like, there's maybe a head and a beak. But, like, you can't really... There are no ducks, right? But they're kind of the vibes of a duck. And if you kind of squint, like, this one is kind of a duck shape. Some of them are more duck-shaped than others. But, like, as a collective, they kind of... You feel like they're ducks. I'm not actually even sure how well I think this is done. Like, I think it could have been done a little better. Maybe some of the ducks could have been, you know, slightly more parts make a little more sense. I don't know, but it's very abstract, right? And I like it because it still gets the vibe across. I think it gets the vibe across of ducks, and I'm kind of thinking I want to do a little bit of that in here, where like maybe there are some parts of. I mean, it helps that these are ducks and they're moving, so like obviously that's why there's, you know, movement can make that sort of chaotic look, and these aren't moving, right? But, you know, just things like putting little bits of green in here, just a little flash of green, right? And maybe your brain will be like, oh, that's a wing, right? Or like, oh, a little bit of shimmer, and so you just put a little bit of a little specular highlight here and there, and you're like, oh, that's the metal, right? But you don't really need every one of these to be painted in its entirety, right? You can blend things, you can blur things. I mean, I kind of want to do that. I don't want this whole painting to feel like it's in high definition. I want it to feel like there's movement and there's energy, and also I can use that to guide the eye, right? I can direct your eye where I mean, you know, this one's obviously right in the ducks are where you're looking because it's the brightest thing, but like being able to guide your eye to what I want, like maybe the cat, without having all this stuff completely grab attention. But also, so like maybe I don't want it in focus as much, but I still want it to be able to, like, some of the stuff I want us to see, like some of the design details. So it's a tricky thing. And there are some artists who paint very, very loose, where I'm always kind of curious, like, how would they tackle something where they're doing like a fantasy design, but they also want that design to be loose, right? Like, it's one thing if it's a duck and it's real and you're like, okay, I know what ducks look like. I don't need you to draw it out for me. But what about when it's not a thing that you do need to spell it out, right? Like, at least a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely something that I'm thinking about. And I'm not totally sure on the... I think the way you do it, though, and again, Marco Bucci's a good example of this, because he did a piece where he also talks about this. Marco Bucci, Beauty, and the Beast. Images. Wasn't it Beauty and the Beast? No. Oh, yes. Here. Here's another Marco Bucci painting. Where he kind of does that. Like, if you were, you know, if you look at this character, like, they're just a big blob. All of these characters are blobs. Like, yes, they're painted, but like there isn't really detail. But like these two people dancing kind of merge together. But this character is the most detailed, right? And so you kind of have like one that is sort of separate from the rest and they're detailed, and then all the others kind of, you know, especially like back here, right? They just smush together and they're just like blobs of people. And I think that's a good example where like you can put a lot of detailed people in there, but a lot of the detail is lost if you're not really trying to look because it's sort of all smushed together in values. And maybe that's what I do here, where like, you know, I clump these together a little harder. And then this one is the one that's kind of, you know, apart from the crowd. And so I don't have to like make all of this stuff super detailed. I can just focus on this foreground one. I don't know. That's another option. There are ways and things to learn from that, I think. Yeah, I think painting. Yeah, there's also another artist who he streams or he used to, but he hasn't in a while. But his name's Illustrator, and he's one of the artists who I have some of his brushes, and I've linked them in the past. And I really always liked his art too. And I think he's another good example of someone who does like very, very loose and like flowy, I was gonna say vibey stuff, but it's very, very loose and nothing is super well defined, except occasionally he will do like well defined things. And I'm again, he doesn't necessarily paint a lot of hard surface stuff, but even when he does, it he does it in a way that still looks like the rest of his art. I really like your art. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I want to approach this. Like, do I want a lot of stuff to be very loose? Do I want it to be a little more defined, right? Like, on one hand, I want it to be less defined, but it's still a subject matter that I feel like needs to be a little bit defined because it is hard surface mechanical stuff. And so I don't just want to draw like a bunch of spaghetti as like the details and just like, you know, like I want it to kind of make sense. I want to see my draw that I did. Do you want to see the drawing that I did tomorrow? So. Wait. I'm not so good with details. I would like advice. Oh, that you did yesterday. Yeah, I'd love to see. And again, I'm not great at details either, so I probably can't give you great advice on that, but I'd love to take a look. I definitely don't think of myself as like a detail person, which is kind of why I'm struggling on this. Like, when I do want to put detail, how much? I'm talking so badly, no worries. But yeah, I'd love to see what you were working on. And that goes for anyone. Anyone who wants to share. Okay, now I'm going to try something. I'm going to make a new layer. I'm just going to experiment. I'm going to put just little bits of highlight here and there. Very impressionistic. Pick some bright lights. Pick some not bright lights. A bright green there. A bright green here. Little dash of green. It's like you know, in those shows, it's like you're when a witch is like adding stuff to cauldron. A dash of this and a speck of that. That's kind of what I feel like. I'm just making little dashes and blobs and specks of little things. I'm trying to very like just imply it. Just like smash the brush into the canvas Where do I share in the Discord? There's just a sketches and work in progress or art. Here, let me show you. There's under art, there is works in progress and just art. If it's finished, you can be in the art. If it's not finished, it can go in the... Hold on, it's loading. Let me share on my screen just a second. Just art stuff. Oh, what did I do? Where I lost it. Art stuff. So art stuff, art. That's probably the best spot. Or works, sketches and works in progress if it's a sketch and work in progress. So that's where. Olive oil in. Olive oil in? What is that? I mean, I know what olive oil is. Hi, Aimless Journey. How's it going? Did I say hello already? I don't know. Thanks for the Hydrate Ultimate Sharky. Oh, there we go. Starlick. Perfect. Oh, I like it. I like it. That's nice. Very nice colors. I mean, talk about details. Yeah, you did it. You did a good job on details. I think the sky especially I really like. I think the foreground is not the foreground, but like the ground, right? Including the background. I do wonder if like there's a value struggle, right? Where like you have some very dark darks very far away, and it's not always bad, right? You're allowed to do that. But I think when it comes, because you said you're not so good with teals, you'd like advice. I think, I mean, again, maybe this is just a me thing, but I would try to clump the values. Like I think the values in the sky are pretty well clumped, right? Like you have range in the sky, but it's very condensed compared to the ground. I think the ground plane can have an equally condensed value range, just slightly darker than the sky, right? Generally, that's the advice, is like, or at least that I see and I would tend to follow. Again, it's general, it's not end all be all, right? But like, it's not to say that you can't have darker values in the background, but it kind of makes it hard to read the depth when you have that. I mean, you could probably in a scene like this. So I guess advice from me is always tough because I always just it might feel a little convoluted, and I want to cover my bases because this is just how I would do it, and I'm not trying to make your painting into my painting, but some solutions I've found that work are if you want a full range of values in your foreground or just your ground. I'm just gonna call just in the ground, not the sky, right? Anything that is physical, that's not just an atmospheric effect being looking through mass amounts of space and great distances, right? Anything that isn't the sky, if you want the full range of values, like the darks and the lights, then make the sky even lighter, right? Just really destroy, like here I'm gonna bring it to my painting, like really knock back those sky values. Like that's a thing. That's one solution that I like, so that it really makes there's no uncertainty about what's happening. But I actually think your sky is good. I think my biggest struggle is the ground plane. So like this stuff right here, in the background, I think it feels like, oops, it. Let me see if I can't just take a color again. I don't really know. I'm kind of experimenting, but like, what if I just take this and just knock it back just a little bit, right? Just a smidge, and then like in the ground plane, like what if? I mean, I know there's light, but I'm curious, like where, first of all, like where's the light coming from? If it's from one side, maybe this side is less light, or less dark, I should say, right? Some of those darks being pushed. And again, with the lights in the background, what if it was just a little bit lighter? Again, the darks in the foreground are fine, I think. I don't know. I'm just trying to like consolidate the values a little bit so that they're slightly less that way they're just clumped together a little bit more. Because like you can still have dark values here, right? And this is where I think there's a lot of like, this is where like my choices would be different from yours. Because like a lot of it is like you could have very, very dark, and in fact you see this a lot in photos, right? Where you have almost like black in the background right here. You get this like dark grove of trees. But generally when that's the case, the foreground is very like simple, right? You have like a bright foreground or something, and then you have your darkest in the midground. Or if you're gonna have the wide range of values in the foreground, maybe your again your sky is very simple, right? It's like sometimes people even blow it out like that. That's probably a bit too much. But I think to me, I feel like it just gets a little chaotic, and it's a little hard to tell. It's like somebody took the saturation or the contrast and just dialed it up, right? And actually, but I think it's good. I really like it, and thank you for sharing. And I hopefully that didn't sound like a negative criticism at all, because I actually do really like it. But I want to try something just to see if I can't. Because you actually see this a lot in real photography too, where a lot of times the photos are crazy high definition, insane saturation, just crazy values everywhere. In something like this, right? Where like this is obviously an edited photo, right? You have almost black shadows back there, right? You have just things just get really dark. Even then you still have like the foreground is surprisingly, you don't have any dark past this line pretty much, right? Everything back here is much lighter. You do have some dark obviously in the foreground. But even that, but like if you take an image like this, right? This is what I did, or I didn't do this. These are from Google Earth, right? Or these are from MapCrunch. If you take an image like this, and maybe this isn't a fair image because that one doesn't have the depth your image has. I don't know. I think I can still use it as an example. And if you go to edit, tonal correction, level correction, it kind of looks, not levels. What am I doing? Edit, tonal correction, tone curve. It kind of is giving me the feeling of going like, actually, no. It is levels. Edit, tonal correction, level correction. It does give the feeling of pushing the painting like this, right? Where it's like you're just making tons of bright and also tons of dark. And it's like all those mid values are getting lost, right? The difference between this and this is the real photo that it looked like, and this is like crazy high saturation. And I feel like your painting looks a little bit like that. And it's not bad, but I do think you have to be a little careful because it can get a little. I mean, this might be even, maybe you don't want it this gray, right? You might look at this and be like, oh, that's too gray. And so maybe somewhere in between, right? But I do think you got to be a little careful of not losing all your midtones, because I think there's a lot of really juicy color stuff that can happen in the midtones, especially in a painting. Well, I mean, outdoor paintings especially, right? You have like really beautiful shadows and lots of vibrant colors, and I think, yeah. Anyway, I don't know if that made sense. Let's try it on this one. Yeah, see, like this one starts to get a little too like blown out. Like this isn't a pure white van, for example, right? It's a dirty gray van, and yet you lose that when you start cranking up the values, or the when you start getting rid of those midtones, right? You start bringing it closer to just two values, and everything starts getting kind of lost. And like it definitely can make for some graphical shapes, but it also, there's a lot of interesting stuff that can get lost. Anyway, that's my ramble. So yeah, I think it's you've got to be a little careful, I think, especially when like picking, even when picking photos from online. If you find that it looks chaotic and there's a lot of stuff happening, like in this image, like sometimes even in these images, when you're painting them, simplifying it is a good way, because a lot of the reason that this image still kind of works is because, like, for example, the concentration of detail, right? There's a, like, the shapes in these trees are very, very fine, and up close, you don't, well, one, you don't have trees up close, but if, you know, these tree leaves are perfectly scaled, whereas these are much smaller, these are much bigger, and it just, your brain can understand, right? Also, the perspective is on point, so you get what's happening, right? The foreground scaling of the shadows, everything is kind of very, very consistent because it tends to be real. Whereas, also, this may not be a real image, it could be AI for all I know. Whereas when you paint things, or when I paint things, we aren't typically that perfect. And so one of the ways that we help, you know, because if we don't get that detail perfect, it's not going to look that clear. It's going to be a little confusing. So one of the ways we can help ourselves is just by simplifying. We say, okay, well, what if these are all a little closer in value? You know, just a little bit closer. These are all a little bit closer in value. The foreground's a little bit less, you know, chaotic in value, right? And you just kind of push everything just a bit so that it just simplifies the foreground, midground, background. It just makes things a little more clear. And of course, you can add in some of that contrast later, and you can add it back in later. But I find that this is a nice way to, like, even if now you get the details a little bit off, or the proportions off, it's still going to read, right? You're not reliant on those subtleties to make the image read, because you're using the big stuff to make the image read. If that makes sense. Right? Instead of trying to get the full range of values in the shadows, just simplify it and say, okay, it's obviously that is a reflection because it's slightly bluer, it's slightly dark or lighter, right? And I think you can go a long way by basically pushing things, condensing them together, making them a little bit less contrasty. There's the top of the tree that looks bugged out. Yeah, that's kind of what made me curious. But some trees do kind of look like that. I don't know. Anyway, I think it might be AI. But the point I'm trying to make is that sometimes the contrasty version, even though you might see that in real life, it doesn't mean it is easy to tell what's happening at a glance. You know, it's a choice. You can do that. But I think sometimes it's nice to just simplify things. And then from there, you can start adding the details specifically where you want. If you want higher contrast right in the focal point right here, then do it. Add more contrast, right? But the whole thing doesn't have to be that detailed. Right? You can always come back in. But anyway, that's... I don't want to do a paint over a real image. Is that picture Lake with Mount Baker? I don't know. Maybe. It might be. I just randomly found it. The trees looked funny. Yeah, I don't know where that is, Chrissy. Also, hi, Chrissy. But yeah, that's always my advice when painting from life, is just start simple and then add the complexity back in. Because if you start complex, you oftentimes get really... the values can get out of control. I don't know. That's the way I do it. I don't know how other people do it. Not sure how Chrissy does it. I know Chrissy does a lot of painting from photos because she's been doing a study thing every day. Chrissy, how's it going, by the way? But yeah, I actually think that's one of the reasons why painting from photos in environments is, in my opinion, way more difficult than painting portraits from photography. Like, I am not a portrait painter by any means, and people are hard as heck to paint, sort of, and make them up on your own. And you know, humans are extremely difficult to paint. But for me, humans from life and from photos, in some ways, are easier, I think, than landscapes from photos. Whereas I feel like making up environments on your own, you can sort of stick to the simplified basics and you can go pretty far. So in some ways, I feel like environments, making them up is easier, and making up people is harder. Whereas painting people from photos is easier. I mean, obviously, this is just my impression, right, and my tastes and interests, but I kind of feel like they're flip flop. Normally, people are like, "Oh, paint from life, paint from life, paint from life," and I do agree with that. But I do think there's a lot of struggles that you run into when painting from life for environments. I think it's very messy. You get a lot of values, a lot of colors, a lot of random crap and details, and you don't know which ones to leave out, which ones to paint. Right? Part of you wants to paint everything, but if you do that, it's just going to look like a convoluted mess. Arbitrary Ari, how's it going? Speaking of a convoluted mess. Also, let's get rid of this. I don't. That's not looking good. Yeah, this whole painting is something. You agree? You agree that my painting is a convoluted mess? Thank you. Thanks for agreeing. I don't think that's what you were saying, but it is. My painting is a mess. It's okay. I want to experiment here. I want to experiment. I am struggling. Another person who does this really well is Cynthia Shepherd. We talked about this painting a moment ago, a couple streams ago. Cynthia Shepherd is one of my art heroes. Is that a weird word? She does a good job of, like, I mean, the thing is, her compositions, I think she starts in a way where I advocate people to start with, which is like basic composition. And here, let me ignore all the random crap on screen. But her stuff, like, even when she has a lot going on, it's still very clearly framed. Here is a character, and everything else around it, who cares what it is, right? They're just shapes. They're big shapes. Yes, there's some detail, but they're uh, they're not important, right? And she does a really good job of that, I feel like. Let me. There's another image that I want to show you by her. One of her Magic the Gathering illustrations, this one. Yeah, she always had her compositions always just work really well, right? Like, this one is a good example. I've showed it on screen before. Because, like, yes, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of characters, but there's still a clear main character, and that's what I'm lacking, right? I am lacking that completely. You calling me a convoluted mess? No, I'm not. I'm calling my own art a convoluted mess. There's just a lot of stuff going on. But, you know, I'm glad you think it's coming along great. I am pretty happy with how it's coming along. I'm just kind of poking fun at myself. I'm not, like, getting down on myself or anything about my art. I'm pretty happy with it. But it does have some issues, right? There is a lacking of a focal point, kind of. And I do wonder, and I'm kind of treating my own painting as my own paint over. Like, what if, for example, I put more things in the window back here, just hypothetically, right? Just things up here. More shadows, so that the cat is more in the light. Depends on what you want the focal points. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, just mostly just having a primary focal point at all is important, right? And I think a lot of it is the reason I said it was a convoluted mess is because everything's demanding equal attention, right? Whereas this, maybe I can bring in more attention to the cat, more attention to, parts of this. Um, this could maybe have, no, this could stay in the shadow, right? A lot of these could stay in the shadow. More attention to the animals, yeah. But like yeah, and these could be little like bottles or something. So they can still have there can still be some details here. Maybe there's even some green shining through. Something like that. Just trying to get these values really shining on this animal. Something like that, maybe. This cat doesn't have a good face. Sorry, cat, your face is ugly. Ugly, ugly cat. Can we give it whiskers, maybe? Metal whiskers? How do we do that? Maybe like little twirly whiskers? Wires? Yeah, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do little wires sticking out. Maybe they're a different color. I don't think I'm ready to put that level of detail in yet, but maybe I guess I could. Yeah, maybe just stuff like that. Just kind of blurry, but not too blurry. Um, Mostly just trying to get all the extraneous random nonsense out of here, you know? Like if there's a wood structure here, maybe the wood structure has some shape and form carved in. The shapes themselves can be pretty loose, but I think like maybe there's another one back here. Little wings poking down. Just kind of going in there, cleaning some things up. Right, there's a lot of these little like wiry shapes that I made that I don't think I need. I also feel like I don't see the bottom of these things very well. But yeah, I do think the wires are a good idea. Okay. So already that's better, right? I think that's got to be better. Just saying hi, and I love the dragonflies. Yeah, little metal thopter birdie dragonfly things. I don't know what you want to call them. Little gadgets, just metal things, inventions, flying mobiles. Okay, we got to figure out how to draw cats again. Little things in here. Little bits of green. Again, I don't want the values to be too crazy. Could maybe even put some brighter green in here. That's kind of fun. I'm actually pretty happy with how this is coming along. Maybe even faster than I thought it would. What else do we do to it? We gotta fix the cat face. The cat face just looks too stupid. But I will say, pointing back to this example of Cynthia Shepard's art, this is a good example. Like, look at this character back here. This is a finished illustration by her, right? Obviously, this is a low resolution image, and there is a lot of detail on this character. But like, right, you know, an inch away from this main character is this. And this is not a detailed character. And so again, I'm kind of, and I realize it's in the background, right? And it's not super clear, but like that's kind of what I want to do like with these things. I don't care if these are super in focus. Yes, I want the shapes to still read, but I don't need them to be highly rendered, you know? But yeah, let's get the cat focused and okay, cat pouncing. This wasn't actually an image of a cat pouncing, but surely I can find a cat at this angle. Like that. Is that kind of at that angle? Pretty close. I mean, it's not quite, but... Okay, hold on. We've got to make a new layer. Yeah, I don't know if that's not quite the right angle for the cat, but it's kind of close. This is maybe a closer angle. Yeah, at least this is closer to what I have. I don't know if that's the right... That's not really the right angle. The correct angle, I should say. Finding images at just the right angle is a tough one. I'll tell you. Like, I think one of the reasons why this looks... I mean, because this is not, like, total side view. I think we should probably be... Oh, hello! Ronald Maxwell! How's it going, Ronald P. Maxwell? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. It's a raid Faye Helmet, hello. Ronald, how's it going? What were you up to? You know the drills, all of the drills, the art tax stuff. We are painting on this again. We've spent a few days doing this. It's kind of a mess, but I'm pretty happy with it, honestly. I kind of feel like there should almost be something here in the background that's like big and not detailed, but it's like something back there. Some machine. Anyway, but yeah, what's up, Ron? If you guys don't know Ron, we even got music for it. Nice. We just completed the Foglands biome. Ooh, I'd love to see it. Siren, how are you? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I'd love to see some art. Let's actually delete that. I'm trying to figure out how to paint a cat right now. I got some images of a cat, or I'm trying to find some references. But first, let's take a look at Ronald's work. Ooh, I love it. I love Foglands. One of my favorite environment types in art, or favorite things to paint, are foggy forests or foggy environments. Fog is one of those things you learn. It's like exaggerated atmospheric perspective, and so it's sort of like I think it's a really good thing if you're interested in unlike Ronald, who has painted lots of environments, but if you're interested in painting environments and you haven't done it before, I recommend painting foggy stuff. Make a foreground, midground, background, but put a big value difference between each step, right? Instead of trying to make a gradual gradient, you do big jumps of like the foreground is one value, the midground is another value, and the background is a different and even lighter value. And each time it gets lighter and lighter. Anyway, foggy environments are great for that. But Ronald, this is beautiful. I love it. The Foglands. Wonderful work. Looks very mysterious and maybe dangerous. Lots of weird tentacle plants. These are plants, right? Yeah, these look like plants. You're very happy with how it came out? Nice. You should be. This looks good. Yeah, fantastic job. It's awesome. So for those who don't know, when Ron says they finished the Foglands biome, so what Ron does, Ron has a whole bunch of it has a world, an entire, yeah, like a world. Tons and tons of biomes, creatures in the biomes, races with different, like different creature types and things that exist and all over. Yeah, and just he'll paint anything and everything, and it goes in different biomes. If he wants to paint a creature for the Foglands, he can do that. He can design, so it's a big design project, and it basically just over time he's added to it, and it's become this huge, massive thing, and it's honestly inspiring. Anyway, that's the way I always introduce it. I don't know if that's the best way to introduce what you do, but it is very inspiring to see sort of this constant thing where you're pretty much every time you rated, right? It's always from the same world. Where like every time I do a painting, it's always from a different world. I just kind of make things up, and so that cohesion is really cool. Yeah, I really like Ron's cohesion from stream to stream. Like even if he's painting, a dragon one day and a rhinoceros another day, they're kind of all from the same world, and they might be from different biomes, and they might have different niches and stuff, and there's a lot of like it's a wide variety of things, but they all kind of feel grounded. Anyway, it's very cool. I like it. However, I am on day 3 of this painting, so I would like to say I kind of am painting on the same thing that I always paint on. No, this is this is a little rare for me. I don't always paint on the same thing for multiple days in a row. And this one's fun. And he allows us to make stuff for it too. Yes, exactly. That too. Community project. Now, is anything that anyone makes like canon, or do you have to kind of like okay it? Is there like a, you have to allow it to be part of the universe, or is it pretty much just like people can design anything and everything for it and just slot it in? I imagine you probably don't have a lot of people trying to push the boundaries of what's allowed. Yes, he okays it first, I think. Okay. I act as either arbiter for it, but generally, yes, open source. Okay. Yeah, I kind of got the vibe that it's open source, but also at the same time, until someone comes in and is like trying to push the boundaries of what is allowed, you probably haven't had to like be the moderator. Um, but I could see that being an issue at some point, right? Where like people are really going against the spirit of the thing, and you're like, okay, this isn't okay. Like, no, we don't have. I don't know. I don't know what's in the scene, but yeah. Very few times have I had to, but I have before. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's good. I'm glad you haven't ran into too much of that. I guess if it's truly open source though, at some point, like, as and also like because you actively work on it, there's still like the official thing and then like the side stuff, like obviously anything you make for it is like super official because you're the creator. But if I were to make something for it, it would be like less official, right? Like, I don't know. That's how I feel about those types of projects. Someone once tried to drop a jet in our stone era, and I was like sad to disappoint them. Yeah, right. Put a helicopter there. I'm glad I'm not the only one who people try to like. Oh, you should put a helicopter in that. Yeah, yeah. Some weird timey wimey magic where maybe one of the creatures did like some future spell or something to do with like creating an offshoot into a different dimension, and like yeah, maybe there's maybe a helicopter is like, they have visions of helicopters and helicopters exist in an alternate variety, but like they can't technically interact with the main one. Who knows? Okay. One of the things I'm doing though is I'm kind of treating my own painting right now as like a paint over subject because I had at the start of the stream, this is kind of what I started with. Actually, it was even less than that. It was this. I felt the cat was too tiny, and it felt like there's a lot of open space, and so I moved some things over, and I basically said I want to just do a paint over on my own image, and so I just started doing that. I took my own image and I started shifting things, made the cat larger, moved the dog over, darkened some of the background stuff to make it so it's not grabbing attention. Then I wanted to add like a mobile thing up here, so I got sketching, and that's kind of what I've done today. Is sort of pushed it into this territory of like there's still a lot of stuff. It's a little more busy, but at the same time, hopefully there's a more of a clear focal point. Got a slide into lurk? No worries, Ron. Take care. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, go get those chores done. Get your food. Do what you gotta do after stream. We're making a mechanical, robotic animals. Mechanical animals. We've got cats, we've got dogs, or a cat, a dog, and some thopter thingies. Uh, Basically thopters. Yeah, I mean, they are thopters. Little flying machines. Blimps with wings, basically. Kind of like birds. And this one has caught a bird. I don't like that shape. Let's move it. Okay. Let's paint a cat. So right now I'm trying to find some references for a cat in this pose. Or vaguely in this pose, right? Like, our eyes are more or less level with the thing. We're looking downward a little bit at the cat, so it's pretty standard photo. I mean, in a part of me says that like this is the angle that we're looking for. A little bit. Roughly that angle. So maybe that's what we'll use as a reference. Right now it looks like a chihuahua. A little bit. Which I'm okay with it looking a little funky. I just want it to kind of also look like a cat, you know? Right now, this is a kind of low-res image, so hopefully it's not too pixelated. But yeah, this is going to be metal, so like I will add shine to it. Already this is better, right? Oh yeah. It's already better. The cat might have some big eyes. But yeah, take care, Ron. Okay, so big-eyed cat. Maybe we can move its face in a little bit. Again, I don't want to make a human face. That's a thing I've done accidentally before. To make a very humanoid face on the cat. Hmm. This is hard. I know that ears aren't right either, but I kind of feel like that's not the thing that's gonna make this make or break it. And I actually think it's okay to put the shine on here before the details, because in some ways I'm just trying to make the forms read. I think as long as it looks physically proportional. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if it does right now. Not sure it does. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't need to look perfect. Again, this is gonna be like a metal cat, right? Like it's there is a level of absurdity to it that is I'm okay with. It doesn't have to look perfect. What if I just type in? I know it's gonna be silly, but metal cat. What happens if I type that in? Ooh, lots of weird, creepy AI garbage. But also some really cute stuff. Hmm. Oh boy. I don't know. Also, this should be dark. This could be light. We could do that, though. Hold on. That's actually not bad. These ears can kind of, like, the backside of them could catch some light. It's not bad. Gives it a little bit of a robot look. I know this isn't... We can't really see this angle. Because, like, this is where the ear would be. Also, these eyes are kind of like... I can't tell if they're big or small. I think they're big. Cat eyes are typically, like, circular. Kinda. But we are looking down at it, so maybe we can't see... And I will add some, like, wires and stuff and some shine. I just gotta figure out how I want to do this thing. Do I make it angular to show that it's a robot? I mean, I think some of it I do, right? I think, like, this stuff is totally okay if I do, like... lines and gears. I don't think so. I think rounded is still good. Lots of just moving shapes around for me right now. Kind of what I'm doing. Like these forms. I need to find more images. Cat. I'm looking for a reference right now. It's very hard to find something that is similar to this, but not... I'm still intrigued by the objects in the background that seem unidentifiable. They do seem unidentifiable because they are. I just made them up. They're just random shapes with blobs. I think I will add some stuff that seem slightly more identifiable, that feel more believable, whatever they might be. But right now I want to focus on the cat. If I can do a good enough job at making a pouncing cat, I kind of feel like one of the issues here is that the cat is... the face isn't like... there's no silhouette to it, right? Like normally when you draw a cat face, one of the things that is really you know, you can really go like this shape, right? And the cat can be looking here. But I'm not doing that, right? This cat is like looking towards us, kind of. Which makes it really hard. Because then it doesn't have that clean silhouette. Right? Like this dog has a very clear dog-shaped silhouette, right? It has the snout. But if the dog were looking towards us, right, suddenly there's all this foreshortening happening. And I'm not sure if I like that. Like maybe, I mean, I think partly it's adding to the difficulty, but I'm also not sure if this is the right way, you know? I think it's okay. Also, this cat is not like they're not really pouncing. It's like a model, right? And so it kind of feels like it's not like maybe maybe I redraw some stuff like this. What if I do this? ears forward. This already is looking better. Now it's looking like it's looking down. Kind of looks like a dog's again, but that's okay. This already, though, I think is looking better. You can see the back of the cat here. It's like the scruff. That's gotta be better, right? Now it has a direction. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not better. It still might not be good. Obviously, it's very bright now. And then here we can go with the... Looks more natural now because we can see more neck. Yeah, I think so. It looks like it's stretching his body like cats do. Yeah. It does. It does look, it is doing the stretching motion. Yeah, I have references for that pose. It's just not exactly the same, and I am not great at transforming anatomy's hard. Any issues the cat is, that's a skill issue. That's not a lack of reference issue. It's a I mean, technically it is a lack of reference because it's not the exact reference, but yeah. No, initially I had cat stretching poses, but they also don't quite look like this. Most of them are even more extreme, right? Like things like this, for example, or this, but they're not in the right view, right? And also some of these are a little extreme and exaggerated because that's what makes its way to the internet is the most absurd angles ever. And so like that's not I'm not trying to draw that. This is more like what I'm trying to draw. I do think in this case the arms need to come way forward, but again it's tough because it's not. Yeah, that's probably better. It's stretching on its prey. But yeah. It's hard to find things in the perfect pose. Which again, it doesn't need to be totally perfect. It just needs to be good enough. That's always one of the big struggles with like anatomy. And also then turning these poses into like a robot. There's that. Um Trying to add some light and shadow to this, but it's making it look a lot worse. Like, metal is shiny. Metal do be hard to draw. Also, okay, let's just start. I'm pretty happy with this, actually. It's turning into something. So now, let's add contours. So back to my other reference. This. And again, I can add the contours because it's a robot. The face goes down here. We got this part here. I don't know how this part works, though. Something like that, maybe. Why is it mechanical cat stretching? Kind of cool, even though you get a little exhaust. So it's they're supposed to be, well, kind of supposed to be. I don't know. In my head, they are they're not like real animals. They're just in poses, and this person made them in different poses. I don't know. Why would you make a drawing of a person stretching? It's a drawing. Drawings don't need to stretch. Same reason you can make a statue stretching or a mechanical robot stretching. They could be in any poses. I don't know if they can move. Maybe a little bit. Maybe they're movable. Probably, like they probably have joints but I don't know if they're moving autonomously. I don't know. Yeah, the green thing is the energy source. Yeah, the green rock is the they yeah. It's like a wind-up toy, except it's energy. Yeah. So they are mannequins to help them draw. I mean, it could be like a wind-up toy, right? Like maybe the you wind it up and then it does a pouncing motion. I don't know. Like think of them as like sophisticated toys for like the watch, like a watchmaker making a toy, right? Except in this case it's not a watchmaker, but it's a, yeah, basically a watchmaker, an inventor who uses the green stones as their thingy, as their power source. That's my story in my brain. That's how I'm thinking of it. A tinker engineer. Yeah, exactly. An inventor. A tinker or engineer. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. All of the above. Precisely. Just trying to carve out some contours here to make this thing make a little bit of sense. And then we have the joint in the middle of the arm. So we have the cat. It needs another joint. Where are cat elbows? I actually don't know. How do cat elbows work? They're kind of far back. They're like here, I think. Is this the cat's elbow? Right here? I think that's the cat's elbow. It's hard to tell because there's so much fur and stuff, but I'm pretty sure. Like, if you look, like in this image, it's hard to tell where the elbow is. I think it's here. Because if you look at these other images, like this, and then imagine this one stretched out, like, it feels like it's far back. So I think it's like right here, right? That's gotta be where it is, roughly speaking. So I'm pretty sure elbow is here. Weird to think about cat elbows. And of course we get the cat feet in the back. There. We've got cat elbow. Got a little piston thing. Little bit of a thingy here. Little parts going inward. Again, doesn't need to be perfect. But just enough to where it kind of is believable that, like, okay, maybe this thing sort of kind of would work, you know? I think this leg could be here, maybe. Maybe that's what I do. There, like now it kind of looks like it's kneading the thing. The way they make biscuits by kneading the bread. Okay, there we go. Something like that. There, and it's caught this bird thingy. Right, we've got this thing here. This thing that is flying above. It has caught it. I like that. That's much better. A little bit of story telling going on. A little bit of story going on. Whether or not the story reads, that is to be determined. It's not super overt storytelling. Is that the word? Overt? In your face. It's not obvious. It's more subtle. But I think it works. Okay, now what I want to do, and now I'm afraid of doing it, but I want to make this thing a little higher resolution. Also, these are the things that I did last stream, if anybody is interested. We did a bunch of virtual plein air from MapCrunch. Painting from photos. I really enjoyed it. Some different scenes. This was an old abandoned, not police car, ambulance. The flat tire and one of its wheels are missing. But anyway, that was a fun painting. Okay, I'm gonna close it now, though. So now, merge visible. Is that scary? Is that a dangerous thing to do, to merge visible on your painting? Maybe. Ah, we're getting rated! Art Milak! Welcome, Art Malak. Yo, Malak Raid, good luck, have fun. Nugget Sauces, how's it going? Art Malak, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. I am just scaling up my painting so I can do some more rendering. We already did some rendering today. We've been changing some stuff, moving some things, and this is what I've been working on. I hope it's going. Hope it's all is well. All is going well. All is going good. I've decided after a long time that I am going to finish a painting, and so I want this to be the painting that I finish. Mostly, I do fantasy landscapes and making things up. Normally, I don't do this. I don't do like detailed things with lots of stuff. I do like mountains and castles and things like that. So this is a little different, but it is fun. And yeah. So what I'm gonna do is copy this, and then I'm gonna crop. And I'm going to make this bigger. 4K. Just enough so that it's just a little bigger than it was, you know? That way, if I want, maybe I could make it a print afterward or something. That way now when I work on it, yes, I made it a little more pixelated because I stretched it, but now when I actually go in here and want to like, make lines and detail and stuff, I can actually do that with higher resolution because this is now a high resolution image. But yeah, what were you doing today, Art Malak? I'd love to know. What were you working on? Or I assume art, because it's in your name. And if you'd like to share, you can. You do not need a permit. Anyone can actually... Anyone who came in with the raid can share what they were working on. I'd love to see. It's always nice to see what other people are up to. It's a good way, good introduction. Introduce people to your art. Or what? Maybe you weren't doing art. Maybe you were playing games. That is fine too. But yeah, I'm just making a lot of blobs. I don't have, right now, like I have an idea of what these are. I have an idea of the cats. I'm still figuring out the background stuff. I don't want to go super crazy with the details. But like maybe there's a mechanical mouse back here, which I actually like. Maybe it's in the window. It has wheels. It's a wind-up toy. Little wind-up mouse, classic. Actually, there is another one here that I made, but kind of forgot about that. I don't think I want the small one back here. It's too hard to see. Little wind-up mouse scurrying across the countertop. This is a previous thing I was working on stream. Ooh, let's take a look. Ooh, an ArtStation link. Ooh, I like it. Nice. Ooh, so many faces. All the different faces, different amounts of hair. Looks like Raymond in time. He's growing some he's growing some hair out. Look at this. This is amazing. I love these drawings. These are so good. Oh, these are really cool. This is an unfinished project of a few characters for a hypothetical platform fighter. My thought process was simple. Most fighting games I saw have buff shirtless dude. Where from might be? How about Australia? How about buff Steve Irwin? Raymond is a wildlife caretaker with special interest in alligators, hence why Raymond's fighting pose movements look away from grabbing. Look moments away from grabbing an alligator. That's awesome. I like that. It's based on grappling. A walking alligator. That's awesome, actually. Your next character will be a walking alligator. This is great. I love that idea. I like how you I just like how your sketch. I mean, this thing is presented super nicely, but I just like this. Your sketching looks really cool. Super fun. Nicely done. Thank you so much for sharing. I love it. But yeah, last couple streams of things I've done, I'll share what I've been doing. I normally don't do this, as I said. I normally do basically just coming up with ideas and sketching them. So a lot of like, let's just pick something. Here's some things. So like this is an example where I did a bunch of just random color thumbnails, random blob sketches, and then I let the community here on Twitch vote. And so people will pick one of the thumbnails to work on. This is the one they picked, and then I work on it till the end of stream. And I think in that particular day, it ended up as this. And so I also ended up extending it. I made the canvas wider. But anyway, so this is what that ended up that day. So I do a lot of stuff like this. Fantasy landscapes, you know, whether it's sunsetty stuff or just, you know, other random things. Last stream, however, we did some plein air painting, or virtual plein air painting. Those were the locations. Apologies. There we go. There's the things I painted. So I guess I do all sorts of different stuff on stream. Anything from making up environments, sort of more concept art, to more illustration, to whatever this is. A combination of both, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of what I do. You remember being super good on environment? Oh, thanks. I try, but there's always stuff to learn. Like multi-character stuff or multi-object scenes are a struggle. Still working on them, but I don't know. I might be getting the hang of them. They can be a little messy, and I don't always have the clearest composition. A lot of times I'm piecemealing it together. I'm just kind of making up as I go. So because I don't have a clear goal of like what the composition or what the story is, I kind of get lost in the way because my goals change as I work on it. But I'm pretty happy with it. I also want this stuff to be really loose. Because this stuff is not important. It's the background stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And as always, if you got a raid and run, feel free. Get some food or whatever you got to do. I think this stuff is a mess up here. That's okay. I don't know. But yeah, this painting, I'm getting to the stage where I just don't even know how to continue hardly because I don't really know where I'm going with it. But I do like this. I like the cat. I think I could just I could render the cat and then I can sort of, not smudge the rest, but I can sort of keep it loose and painterly. And I think this stuff can be the most crisp, is the cat. Like right now, the cat's very just like, there's a lot of lines. Doesn't look very good. Or not lines. There's not a lot of lines on the cat, but it's just very, very messy. Okay. We've got, what are we doing? Also, animals. Animals are really hard to draw. Definitely not a strong suit of mine. See you next time. Yeah, take care. I'll be going already, but I hope to see the finished illustration in the future. Yeah, take care. Thanks for popping in. Love the thing you shared. The fighter Steve Irwin. Fighter Steve Irwin. Not named Steve Irwin, though. Yeah, it's very cool. I feel like that's... I'm almost... I feel like good designs do this, where they make you think, like, how is that not already a thing? Like I can just see it, the fighting game character being like, saying his Steve Irwin-esque lines about, not letting him get away, you bugger, and things like that as he like goes in for the grapple, and he's just sort of like you could just kind of hear it and see it where like he wrestles crocodiles and he's very much like he has like a carefree attitude kind of and a little cheeky. I don't know. I feel like it's just it would make so much sense to be in a fighting game, and it's cool to see. Body slams. What a beaut. Yeah, or like maybe that'd be like the opening line, like talking about catching their opponent or whatever. Like what a beaut. Like yeah, that kind of thing. It's I don't know. It just feels like it makes so much sense. It basically it's like one of those things where you want to say it like writes itself, but it doesn't because like otherwise you would have seen it more than once, right? Like I don't know. I feel like good designs have that where you're like, how is this not already a thing? Like it couldn't have been any other way. I don't know. I like that a lot. It's like, why didn't I think of that? Okay. Oh yes, the cat. Maybe a dark red. So if this is the ear of the cat, you are praising me too much. I am grateful. Bye. Yeah, see ya. No worries. No, I'm not trying to like. It's genuine. It's not flattery. I think it's actually a really cool idea. I'd love to see that in a game. Like I feel like if I were to run across that character in a fighting game, I would totally play that character. But I am curious, and sorry if you have to leave, feel free. But I am curious now that I'm just talking out loud to myself, kind of. Would like cause I can see some fighting games are kind of serious, and then they have like a few characters who are a bit cheeky and almost like not joke characters, but they just kind of break the vibe of the game a little more than the others. And I feel like would a game that has a grappling Australian outback, Steve Irwin type character, would that be like would every character have that vibe in terms of like non-seriousness, or would he be like the goofy character, right? Like, you know what I mean? Or would every character have that cheeky goofy like obviously not all of them. Some of them would probably be more serious. Cheeky characters definitely a thing. It is. But some games are just more absurd than others, right? Some games over on the whole are quite serious, but then they have like the random weird thing. Like Tekken I feel like is like that, right? Tekken has mostly serious characters, but then you have like, Raver Panda or whatever. I don't know what the name is. I don't know the Tekken character names, right? You have characters who are just was the panda with the yeah, was the panda with the bracelets, or was that typically the alternate costumes? Maybe the alternate costumes are a bit more silly. Maybe that was the idea. You have like serious characters, and then the costumes are lean more absurd. So you have like it doesn't break the vibe too much. Although since the next one is supposed to be walking alligator, I guess it's leaning on absurd. That's true. I mean, you have things like but like see, I don't think of Tekken as too absurd, and yet you have well, Panda was its own character, but some of the costumes were more absurd, right? Like Panda was definitely a more absurd character, right? Literally walking panda. Kuma was a bear. Yeah. Like I feel like compared to like Paul and all the other just, standard like buff dude fighters, like fighting bear is obviously more absurd. But then within its costumes you had even more incrementally absurd. At least that's how I'm recalling it. It's been a long time since I played Tekken. And I feel like I always because like you could definitely make a game where everything because like I would say I'm trying to think what's the most absurd fighting game. I don't know. I'm sure there's some super absurd ones where like every character is just a joke and like a stereotype of a stereotype or something, where it's just like just silly, exaggerated things. Pretty sure there's a ballerina outfit or something for the panda bear or for one of the bears. Yeah, I think there was ballerina outfits. There was like a raver one where it had like the glowing wristbands and the like yeah, the neon like I think it even had like neon like glow sticks and stuff. It had all the stuff and it was yeah, stuff like that's funny. It's been a while. I haven't played any fighting games in quite a while. Last fighting game I played, which I don't know if it counts. If anybody's in like the fighting game communities, you probably won't count it. But Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Is the last fighting game I've played, and I don't even know if it counts as a real fighting game or if it's more of just a party game. But I mean, I guess people take it pretty serious. Like Smash, yeah, I guess people Smash Bros. Is a fighting game for sure. I know there's some elitists out there who would probably say otherwise, but I've always liked Smash. I think it is. Yeah, same. I think it is. It feels like unnecessary gatekeepy to be like, it's not a real fighting game. Like, I get it. It's obviously, it's a simpler game. I'm not saying it's easier, but it's simpler in terms of just like the sheer number of things you can do. It's not like Tekken where you have to like, it's not as complex, I feel like. It's very beginner friendly. But yeah, I'm just trying to sketch in some robot shapes, make a little bit of a robot design. Definitely something that is not easy. Whoops. It's definitely not easy for me. I feel like this is the rib cage. Can we even see the rib cage from here? I don't know. Probably should go downward more. I think that works. Wait, cat feet actually go the other way. Is that real? Is that really the shape they make? It kind of is. I have a reference here. I mean, it's not the same angle, but like these legs, I mean, I guess these go forward, right, from the thighs. And then they go back and then they curve down. So you have like a forward, back, forward motion. Yeah, that's better. And then here is each of these forward motions are like the joints. The cat joints. I am not... Man, I gotta level up my drawing ability. Drawing is something I don't do a lot of. But even just something like this, I feel like it pushes me against my limits. I don't know if that's a good looking cat. Not really. Let's draw some eyes. The eyes of a cat. Can get a little bit of green. Green eyes. Now I do want this cat head to feel like it's metal, right? Because again, it's metal. My eye itches. Sorry, I was just realized I wasn't talking. I'm just chilling today. Today's a chill stream. Also, what is the title of the stream? Did I even name it? Plan April? This is not Plan Air April. I just realized my stream title is a lie. Plan April. Nope, 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 nope. Chill render stream. In CSP. I apologize. I'm a big fat liar. Rip. Okay, there. Stream title fixed. I'm no longer a liar. That's okay. I completely forgot to change it. There we go. Okay. Now, let's add some saturation here. I want to try something. This is gonna look really stupid for a second. I'm gonna do a multiply layer, and I'm gonna grab like a red or an orange. Nope, that's too. That's way too saturated. But I am gonna grab that saturation and just bring in that warmth. And kind of make these animals feel a little more golden. A little bit more saturated. Try and grab that attention a bit more. Little bits of orange up there. Maybe that's too much. Maybe in the shadows it's that bright orange. Something like that, maybe. But the reason I'm doing this is I just want to push some of the saturation around and see. Maybe that's not nuanced enough. Maybe in the highlight it's a little bit not as saturated. Maybe in the shadow it's more saturated. I'm also curious if I do like an overlay layer. Like what about like a blue? I mean, also I have a. Is the sun? I think the sun is like popping behind the clouds and shining through my windows kind of, like, or my curtains, and it's making it very bright. Okay, this is not what I want to do, but it is kind of fun to just add in some blue, add in some light. Again, this destroys all nuance in the color, but it is kind of interesting to see. That's not bad. Do I like that more? I don't know. I think I like that. And then here, maybe we can push this green a little more vibrant. Okay, now we need to... And little bits of thingies here. Excuse me. All right, so there's that. Bless you, thanks. Yeah, so I think this is starting to look good. Just like a little bit of a bug, kind of. It's a Thopter. I did actually initially not want to do any green on the wings. I just wanted to do it on the body, like, and do like a little bit of like a kind of like this, right? Where you do like a gem in here. Because gem and being green gem, it's weird for the wings. But I do like this. I think having the green wings definitely looks good. Because it differentiates it. It makes an easy brushstroke to like add a gesture, right? I can just kind of put a rough mark and it works well, right? Because you don't have to like make it all detailed. Because again, if I put like a random mark back here, you know that these are two wings now, right? They don't need to look like wings because we've established that the wings are green. And so I can kind of just like add these things. You know, if I wanted one on the back here, you know, and I want to make a little blob and I want to put two little things sticking up, right? I could do that and your brain would be like, oh, that's probably one of the same things, right? It's one of the little Thopter thingies. And you can kind of make that inference. You can't really do that when the whole thing is like this metallic color. So I do like the choice of making these green. But that does make it so I can't put the jewel in the middle as well. No, I gotta think about what I want to do with this Thopter thingy. Also, maybe the tail doesn't need to be green. Could be like that. Making fun shadow shapes here. I like that, actually. That's a neat shape. One second. I gotta go blow my nose. Don't mind me as I just close my webcam. 1 second. I will be right back. My nose is running. Gotta go catch it. Ah, just kidding. Oh, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I return. There we go. All right. So I'm very happy with this, how it's coming along. The cat still needs some work, as it probably will always, but... I think the real thing that I want to do, though... So, like, because I drew some of this, right, with lines, and so there's some of these, like, darker shapes here, what I want is, like, I don't want that to be on, like, the outside, for example. Like, this line right here, I don't want there to be a line there. If there's a line, I want it to be painted, right? And so some of this stuff I want to be painted, and some of this stuff I want there to be lines, and I'm not... So a lot of it just feels like cleanup right now. And also I want to be careful with not making everything too shiny. Like, I know it's supposed to be metal. I thought about making it patinaed, like a greenish discoloration color, but I don't think I want to do that either. Also, I just realized this is a weird shape of a... What am I doing with the mouth here of the cat? How do cat mouths look? They have the nose. This is the weirdest looking cat face I've ever drawn. It's also the only... No, it's not the only one. I've drawn cats before. I don't know how to draw cats. It is one of those things I'm going to end up fiddling with for so long until I get it, because I'm out of my depth here. Are we going to have bounce light from the window? Probably not much, because it's pretty dim. But we will have some light coming in here. This, of course, is all going to be shadow. Could probably continue some of the drawings over here. I kind of had other things. Maybe we'll... I'll go like this. Kind of show like the schematics of the thing. As if this is actually what the thing looks like. But anyway, we... I also want to do something with colors. So a lot of times I when I start rendering, I try to get like realistic colors sort of unnecessarily. But that's not really what I want to do. I sometimes want to introduce like, what if I put in like a bright blue right here, just like as a mark, you know, just like an interesting little bit of vibrancy. Oh, we're getting the loud song. I'm gonna skip it. But yeah, sometimes there's like a little bit of vibrancy here and there. You know, colors, but especially with like this kind of thing, right? We have like greens and yellows. You know, can't we just get some of those vibrant colors bouncing around in the light? And I think the answer is yes, we can. And so I want to play around with that a little bit. You know, just having colors dance and play and be more experimental with that. And I don't really know how to get there. Like that's one of those things that I like. For example, can I put green right here in the paper? I don't know. Like some bounce light from, you know, or like, you know, it's reflecting in off of the stuff. We also have some yellows in here that I actually had earlier that I kind of forgot about. And I'm going to try and reintroduce them. So for example, some of these yellows, the golden yellow, orange. Yeah, just trying to have some of that shadow in here, you know? It's Starlick. Thank you so much for the bit. I very much appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. That means a lot. Starlick, are you doing any painting? Hee hee. No, I appreciate it. And I think here we can add some contrast. Just something to draw a nice hard line. Again, do I need a hard line here? Probably not. Some of these shadows are a bit extreme, probably. I just had dinner, enjoying your drawing. Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to come back in here and lighten some of this stuff up. I think I made this shadow a bit extreme, which is tough because I unfortunately merged the layers. And so a lot of the stuff that I had previously, like like the schematic type stuff, is sort of sitting there. Which I think is okay. Again, we do have a lot of shadows and stuff, so it's fine for things to be casting shadows. But there's probably like a cleanness to this stuff that would just look a little better if it wasn't so like smudgy looking. Because like it is paper, right? It's supposed to be white, so it probably could be a little brighter even in the shadow. Something like that, maybe. A little truer color. Something like that. Maybe some more shapes back here. A little bit lighter. Again, I don't need everything to be crazy high contrast or anything. But I think I should be allowed to add some of that. Not gonna... You know, a little bit of a flare up at the top. Could be nice. Maybe get some of that yellow tint from down here. Put it up at the top. Just as like as a detail choice. There. Yeah, I think the paper's a little muddy and a little dirty looking, but that's okay. And we've got some stuff here. I actually like the dog mostly. I think it's pretty okay. It's kind of the vibe that I'm going for in terms of the amount of detail, what details are there. Now maybe we go like this. The cat. Is that something that could ever be done? Like a gem in the cat right here. I don't know, maybe. Nah. That's not good. The problem with the thing is the cat doesn't look like it's the same, right? Like this one has a big old gem. This one doesn't have a big gem. So I do kind of want to put something somewhere, you know? I mean, maybe I was right in putting it here would be good. Maybe I just didn't make a good shape. Maybe like this, like a triangle. Avatar: The Last Airbender has the arrow. One just has a triangle. No, that doesn't look good, right? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. What about the tip of the tail? What about here? Or like the whole tail? No, the whole tail would be absurd. Maybe the paws. Green paws? No. I mean, the eyes make sense, but it's too... We could do, like, the forehead. I mean, I guess what we could do is... just imply it down here. Something like that. No. I mean, I guess we could actually, but just with like a little bit of green, like poking through here. Could do that. It's not bad. And not really kind of get rid of that a little bit. I think it's okay to have little bits of green and light bouncing around. That seems like an okay thing. So now what? Now what do I do? I mean, okay, I have a trick. I don't know if you guys are aware of this little trick. I think it's clever, personally. But the trick is, when you don't know, like, you know that phenomenon that all of you have experienced when you're about ready to post something on Instagram or Twitter or wherever, and you go to save your file, you save it, you make a JPEG, you save your JPEG, and then you upload it. You say, I'm going to go to my file, I'm going to take my file, wherever it is, I've lost it already. I'm going to take my file and I'm going to save it. So instead of, it's not saving it, you're going to upload it. So instead of uploading it, you can set it as your background. I don't know if you guys can see my desktop here. You can't. Oh yeah, you can. This is literally my desktop background. Anyway, sometimes setting a thing as your background will let you look at it as if it's a finished painting. And you're like, you know what? Oh, there's a lot of random noise in here. Some of these shapes, like the lines here, randomly aren't connected. And so just by like posting it in a different way, not in your program, right? You're viewing it in a way other than your program. For me, that like tricks my brain to look at it as if it's like a finished painting. I don't know if you guys ever do that. But just looking at your image in a screen that is not your paint viewer, or whatever you call it. That to me has been a huge, hey, we're getting a raid. But yeah, that to me has been a huge like thing. It has changed my life. No, not really. It's not just changed my life, but it definitely has helped. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? I was just talking about ways to look at your art to get like a fresh take on it. And mine was one of my tips, or I don't know if it's a thing that I like to do, which is like you save it and then you set it as your desktop background. And I find that does like it kind of makes it, instead of viewing it as a work in progress, you're viewing it as like a finished product. And then you can suddenly see it as like, as its whole, rather than, oh my gosh, this thing, like, I don't know. It basically forces me into that phenomenon where you go to post something to Instagram and then you immediately see all of the mistakes. It does that, right? It makes you see all the mistakes because you're not thinking of it as like an art piece that needs to be rendered. You're viewing it as like, oh, this thing doesn't make sense anymore, right? What is this? I can't tell because I'm viewing it as a viewer, not as an artist. I don't know. It helps me anyway. It helps me, so I do it with almost every painting. But anyway, small raid for the art enjoyment. What were you working on today? Were you doing an art stream? If you were, you're more than likely to share. You're more than likely. You're more than welcome to share what you were working on. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of polishing up some things, trying to finish this piece, but also try to keep it loose, and that's a tough thing for me. Could actually probably go like this. Do like a frame of sorts. Something like that. I'm just trying to add some sort of thing here. I don't know if that's a good shape. Yeah, I'm trying to add like a frame or something, because right now these shelves aren't looking good. And also they're very close together, but that's okay. I think that's less bad. Loving the mechanical cat. Thank you. Yeah, little mechanical cat. Mechanical dog. Some little thopter thingies. Some flying machines. But yeah, how are you doing? Or you're doing good. That I hope you're doing good. Let's see. No art today. Just chill farming game. Ooh, which farming game? What sort of farming game were you playing? I haven't played many farming games. I also, what do you define as a farming game? Are you talking like Stardew Valley, Fields of Mystria, those kind of games? Sunhaven. I don't know if I know Sunhaven. I like farming games, so I don't play many of them. But I do like them when I do play them. Like, Stardew Valley was a blast. Uh, Sunhaven is kind of like Stardew, but with magic you can cast. Oh, nice. Yeah, those games are so much fun. Stardew especially, well, yeah, Stardew especially I liked because it had I know this is maybe some people don't like it, but I loved the that you couldn't do everything in every day because you had like limited time. I've always loved that. Because I kind of came from like non-cozy gaming, like I don't know, like League of Legends and stuff that are very much not cozy. But I've always liked the like that challenge, that self-imposed challenge of you trying to like push yourself to be a better gamer. And I always felt that Stardew was a nice mix of like coziness, but you had this time restriction that made you want to like min-max your movements, right? You wanted to like optimize your gameplay and make sure you do just the right stuff. Um, I always like that. You can get more done as you progress too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not it's not like super realistic, but I just like that ability to not have like some games are so carefree that you feel like there's no direction, right? Like, I'm trying to think. Like some like I don't know, like even a game like Minecraft, for example, like once you maybe do your basic like survival stuff, you need to come up with the direction for yourself, and sometimes that can be exhausting, and I feel like having a bit of direction gives you like a challenge. Like, oh, I'm gonna go deeper into the dungeons, right? Or I'm gonna go beat a harder boss, or I don't know. I always like a little bit of that, even in my open world games, or even in my games that are like farming games. Like, make more money is always a good one. Make the most money you can in a day each day. Sort of maximize profits. Like, there's always something like that, and I always have liked that about games. It gives me a goal, even in a game that is supposed to be a cozy game and more open-ended. I still like goals, even if they aren't required. I think this could be in Shadowmoor. Shadowmoor. Huh. Isn't that a place in World of Warcraft or something? Sounds like it. But no, this should be more in Shadow. Goals can be great even in cozy games. It gives you something to... Yeah, exactly. I think that to me is the most cozy. Like, I've heard some people describe that feeling as like not cozy because they don't want to feel like they have to do stuff. But for me, it's stressful to like have like, especially coming from someone who, like a lot of us, do art to some degree, and we are coming up with our own stuff. Cozy to me is not having to give myself direction. It's shutting my brain off in a game. Not totally shutting my brain off, but like, letting the game tell me what to do, and then I will do my best to solve those problems. But it's very much not like, I don't know, I've always liked that. Like, my ultimate cozy game is basically a game where I can like farm and I can just do the stuff that I want to do, but also every individual task has like some room to like min max. I don't know. I've always liked that. Ugh, sorry, I'm getting tired. Hi, first time here, Fairmora. How's it going? Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Okay. These shelves are awful. What's happening here? Like, what is this? Let's figure out what's going on with the shelving. Also, how do window shelving? Is that a thing? Window shelves. I just want to see what they look like. I assume they have a frame. Also, I thought I didn't. Uh-oh. I didn't actually want this in the middle. There we go. Oh yes, perfect. This is basically what I'm looking for. So these hang. Ooh, that's fun. I like that. That way I don't have to do like under supports. I can do over supports. I can go bloop. I can just hang him like this. I didn't even think about that. That's a cool way to do it. There we go. Done. But yeah, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I guess I can give an introduction to myself because there's probably some new people at some point. I do a lot of painting, but this painting is I started because I wanted to paint a cluttered scene. So I was thinking about like a cluttered workshop or like a boat captain's office with like all the stuff on the desk. And then this one is the one that we're working on, which is like an inventor's workshop or something. And so I'm kind of making like a little inventor's workshop with lots of little mechanical thingies floating, you know, thingies hanging from the ceiling, mechanical cat with mechanical birds, mechanical cat has caught a mechanical bird, a dog. Anyway, but normally I do more like environment stuff. Not so like for example, last stream I did some plein air painting or virtual plein air painting from photos. It's not real plein air painting. Who am I kidding? I don't go outside. We went outside through Google Maps. But anyway, so we did some of that. Normal other times. Here, let me move screens here. Oh, what did I just do? I don't know. Did I just save a duplicate? Is that what just happened? What is this? I don't know what just happened. Where did this come from? I clicked something. But normally I do stuff like... Here, I'll show you what I normally do. Normally I do a lot of thumbnailing. So thumbnail sketching, coming up with ideas, fantasy landscape stuff. I love playing with color, just putting blobs of color on the page and doing something with it. So this kind of stuff. And these turned into... This is the one that we picked. I typically let us vote on things on stream. And then this is the one we voted on, and it turned into this. And then so I paint on it until the end of the stream and then typically call it a day. I don't normally work on stuff more than one stream. So today is a rare occasion where this is actually day 3 of an illustration. So very inverted. Well, it wasn't inverted. No, I clicked an option. I think I did save duplicate or revert. Or did I do revert? I don't know what I did. I don't know what I clicked. I clicked an option on accident. But luckily it didn't delete anything. But yeah, so that's kind of what I typically do. So this one is a little rare because it is an interior and it is also... It is busy. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Probably not totally ideal. But it is what it is. Okay, so there's that. These little shelves here. I mean, I don't like that these shelves are so close together. That was a goof up on my part. You know what? Let's try and fix it. I don't want to be lazy. Sometimes as stream goes on, I identify a problem, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's keep it the way it is. But no, let's fix this. Let's not keep this the way it is. We're gonna add a little bit of... We could even add another one up here. Nah. Or, let's see. What is the pros and cons of doing that? The pros of adding another line would be that it'd break this shape up, and maybe that's a good thing. Is it too repetitive? I mean, we do have a lot of lines like this, right? We have these lines, we have these lines, we have lots of these horizontal lines. No, I think this is okay. Yeah, and then we can put stuff on here, more like bottles and doodads, knickknacks. Again, I'm trying to keep this stuff super loose. I don't want to detail this stuff back here. There, little bottles of things. I don't know what they are, but there's some green stuff in some of them. Pickles. You're just storing pickles for whatever reason. Just what you do. Just have pickle jars in your office. As one does. There. I think that's better. And then here we can, again, bring down this little line. I don't want to like detail everything. I just don't want it to look bad, right? Like when I look at it, I just don't want it to be so out of place. Maybe there's a frame around the window. Again, I don't need it to be super detailed, just enough to kind of not make our eyes say, wait a second, what's happening there? I feel like a lot of my art, that's just the goal, is to like, don't look so bad that like it takes your eye away from the image, you know? If you're like, wait, what is this thing? And then like, oh, there's something here, right? You don't want that. I don't want you to look here. Or here, right? Like, what are these random lines? I don't know. Let's straighten them out and make them so your brain isn't being pulled in that direction. If I rotate it, do I see anything? I've been watching your VOD on YouTube. They're very useful. I'm trying to learn the basics of 2D. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. I can't guarantee that again, I can only narrate the best, I can say what I'm thinking of when I say it, but if you have any specific questions or anything, I'm happy to ramble about that, because I could probably explain more of what I'm doing, or I don't know. I'm happy to explain things, but I never know what people want me to talk about. I think the biggest thing with 2D is just learning how to paint in 3D. Is learning to draw in perspective, basically. I feel like if you can draw in perspective and understand how some perspective stuff works, you can get away with a lot. But no, that's cool that you've been watching my VODs. I didn't actually know people watch my VODs, to be honest. Like, I put them up there for people to watch, I guess, and also just as like an archive, because I stream a lot, and it's always a shame when all this stuff is lost. Maybe someday I'll say something that's worth having, and then I'll be like, oh, wait, I wish I had it in a VOD. And I'm like, wait, now I do. So that's kind of why I have a VOD. But yeah, no, if you get something out of it, that's awesome. That's good to know. Okay, what else could be on these shelves? Maybe like little things with wings. little adopters and just stuff. But yeah, I think a lot of what I'm doing now is basically taking some of these messy shapes. Like, see this line here? This is because I fiddled with my image so much that this line that I've made on accident is because I've made a selection at one point, right? Like this, and then I've moved it, and then it's created like an artificial line, like a cut line where the things have moved. And now I need to go back and basically smudge them. Like, not necessarily smudge. It doesn't have to be smudge. It could just be painting over it. It could just be take a big shape that I know, if I know I want a big thing of gray here, just take a big brush and just paint over it gray. So a lot of it's that. Just trying to like make the lines and make the brushwork add up, right? Make it all make sense. You're learning 2D to improve your 3D texturing. Oh, interesting. So I'm trying to learn mainly about color, lights, composition. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's funny because like a lot of if you want to learn how light works, you learn 3D, and then like from the 2D artist perspective, it's like, oh, you're a 2D artist. You want to learn how light works? Go learn 3D. And then I guess if you're a 3D artist and you're like, oh, you want to learn how this works? Go learn 2D. That's funny. Texturing. See, I don't know much about 3D texturing, to be honest. I mean, I know what makes up texture. Like, I know generally if you want like an image, and maybe I've said all this in VODs, but I'll go over it because I'm getting tired. And it's easier to ramble about something that I'm familiar with than to try and be solving problems in my own painting. But a lot of times I feel like with texture, like if you're painting texture, right? Like this or something. A lot of times the thing that makes a texture look a texture isn't like the shine or like all these little random lines. It's actually like the silhouette, right? A lot of times it's like, you know, if this is like a plate of a thing, right? It's like a metal plate that overlaps. It's these little like, it's the silhouette that matters a lot, right? Because that's where the texture is showing the most, is on those edges. It's hard to show the depth of this plate if it's just, you know, like you're looking at the top of it, it's hard to see. But when you're looking at the side of it, you can see that texture. And I feel like that is a big thing that I've learned from doing 2D, is learning to, you know, if you're going to paint a bunch of grass, I always use grass as an example, instead of like trying to paint all of this, like this, the middle part, right? This is the middle part. Instead of trying to paint all the middle part and do all these little blades of grass, right? You could, but like that's all kind of pointless until you've done this stuff, right? The edges, these outside edges, like that's the stuff that's going to make it look like grass almost instantly, right? You add this stuff, this looks like grass now. Even this looks like grass, right? It didn't look like grass 2 seconds ago, but once I've added these silhouettes, now it's grass, right? Like, you know it is. It's green and it has this texture, right? You've had all the, like, all the parts came together. Even if you don't have this green stuff, it still more or less looks like grass. And so I feel like something I've learned in 2D is, like, it is the silhouette, right? It's the 2D, the graphical shape of the thing. This stuff, it's not super important. I mean, it can be. Whereas I feel like in 3D, what I oftentimes see, at least when I see 3D that I don't think looks visually appealing from like a 2D sort of perspective, is like, oh, that image isn't very well designed. I always feel like it just looks hyper photorealistic, but the shapes and the initial read of it feels like, it feels like more effort was put into this stuff and the texture than it was in that stuff, which is not the texture, right? Like, I think texture is overrated. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I don't look at 3D models and be like, oh, wow, that texture is beautiful. It's more of like, the texture just kind of supports the shape, right? Like, maybe you do have some awesome texturing, but it's all still secondary to, like, this overall design. Like, I guess I don't want to look at something like, let's say somebody's wearing leather pants. I don't want to look at their pants and be like, I know that's leather because the texturing, but instead I want to say I know that's leather because of the design, and the design makes it look like it's leather, right? Like maybe it's the cut, the shape of it. How does it hug the skin? And like, yes, the shininess and all that does matter, but a heck of a lot less than all the visual cues, the other visual cues that let me know it's leather, right? Maybe it's the, yeah, like the style of the pants, right? Not the shine, not the texturing, but like the, I don't know what style, I don't know what leather pants look like, but you know, whatever it might be that lets you know, like, I don't know if that makes sense. I think all that stuff to me is, I mean, Ian, that's probably not what you were talking about. Because I know a lot of people, they put like a premium on like, ooh, I want to make a seamless texture. I want to make it look really good. And to me, what makes something look good is not what makes something look good. It sounds like a weird sentence. Anyway, things that make stuff look good to me is not the texture. Like texture is useful. I don't know. Fair Mora says, interesting in 3D, it actually is completely different. Not surprising, because in 3D silhouettes equal more geometry, so it's more expensive. True. So you have to make a basic cube to look like wood stone. True. That's true. But I guess I feel like there's got to be a middle ground, right? So like you still have things like obviously, so maybe on the very side, but like let's say you have a belt, right? And you have a character with a belt. Like, I mean, I would still imagine you'd want it to be like a belt shape, right? You'd still want this bump out. But like, I guess also just things like making the belt buckle a separate part, right? Like things like that. Where instead of trying to like texture in a belt buckle, but like and it's not like, I don't feel like you need every little nook and cranny like that would be super expensive, right? Like having all the bumps and stuff. But I feel like there's still the big shapes, right? Like the big silhouettes. Like maybe not every grass blade. I'm trying to think. Like maybe the exception would be like if you had grass up against concrete, for example. Maybe the concrete would just be one layer lower. Like it would be one, this would be like a geometric cube, and then you'd have the concrete, so that you still have this as a silhouette, right? So like this part right here creates the silhouette. Kind of like how shiny leather and matte leather can be seen as leather. Yeah, and like a lot of that's going to be based on the design. But I do get texturing is important though, right? Yeah, because a lot of times you're trying to basically be economical, right? Like you're trying to not cut corners, that's not the right word, but you're trying to use what you have to your advantage, right? Um, yeah, I don't know that. That I definitely can't help you with, because I feel like a lot of that depends on stuff, right? But yeah, I feel like in 2D a lot of times it's that silhouette, and it's the texturing that doesn't matter. Whereas I guess in 3D, texturing is the easy part, or it's the cheap part, because it's just like a thing that is applied on top. Liam Quinn, how is it going? What is up, J to the Stiller? It is. Not much is up. Just hanging out, painting, rambling, talking about texturing. Because, like, I know, here's a good example. Someone who does really good two-dimensional, texturing is Clint Kearley. So, swatches, but let me show you his Instagram, because I think it's worth checking out. One of my favorites. He's super awesome. Anyway, he does a lot of like texturing and rendering and hand painted stuff. But so he does like stuff like this, where he will just take like a simple geometry and basically render it. But one thing that's interesting, if you look between all of his between all of his art where he does this, let me find one that I really like. He's not just taking the same geometry. Is this the one? So he starts with the same geometry, but you'll actually see him change the geometry based on the material he's painting. So that's the same one we just saw. Where's his wooden one? This one. So like in this one, he's actively changing, like, I guess in this case it's the edges, but like he's adding design details like this tape. Oh, can you see this? Oh crap, you can't see this. Sorry. I just realized you can't see it. So he does a lot of stuff like this, where he takes a basic, like a figure, right, a two-dimensional shape, and then he'll render it. But what you see him doing is a lot of stuff like this, where like he's adding a crack in it, right? He's adding a thickness because it's a thicker material. Whereas if he does it with cardboard, right, the crack is no longer there, but now he's adding random things like a random piece of tape, right? So it might just be a tiny little textured thing that you're changing on your 3D model, but something like the tape to show the construction, right? The construction of this, to me, is what feels like cardboard, right? Feels like someone took pieces and stuck them on top of each other. It doesn't feel like this part is the same as the part below it, right? Whereas in the stone, it feels like it's carved out of stone. It doesn't feel like it's tacked on, right? And I don't think that's just because of like the rendering. It's the shapes, right? These shapes, these are little bumpy things, the little ridges, whereas this is a big chunky square, right? I feel like the design of the thing is what gives it the texture. Like these little extra edges and these little ridges making things uneven. Right, like the ripped cardboard and those little shapes that are not present in the stone version, right? Is it, if we were to zoom into like the middle here, it's not this random part, right? It's not the big shapes. It's the little things. I don't know. That's something that I noticed. Or like on the wood one, there's little splinters and again cracks. Like, yes, you have the physical, this part. But yeah. The general silhouette shape is very important, so you usually spend geometry on that, but it depends on the game. In WoW, everything is very simple shape. Big. Yeah, that's true. Everything in WoW is very chunky. Yeah, for sure. But anyway, I think this is just to me, like, a lot of times when people are like, I want to paint a stone wall, right? Or a wall that looks like a face, and then they don't make it look like stone, right? They just take this thing, right? They take the big thing that they wanted to paint as stone, and they forget to do the edges, right? And I feel like that, to me, at least as a 2D artist, that is the thing that I've learned of, like, when I think of texturing, I think of thinking about like somebody wearing a shirt isn't just an arm that's painted gray, right? It has extra geometry on it. That's something that 2D artists are notorious for forgetting. Is they basically, you paint a character and then you add like basically spandex to everything, and because forgetting that clothing has like a thickness, so people will do something like, again, I'm not good at painting arms, but you'll have like the arm here or the hand. Here's the hand, and then you'll have the arm, and then you'll have this part of the arm, right? And they're like, oh, I want to make a shirt, and then they'll make the shirt, and they'll do this, right? It's like, hold up, what about this? Like, make this part go up, and maybe something here, right? Like this stuff can have some thickness. There's gonna be some silhouette. Like that's gonna, and even that is like, add actual thickness to the art. And that's something that 2D artists, I feel like, learn rather than doing, rather than just hugging the arm, you actually make it come out from the arm. And obviously with 3D, you probably know that. But anyway, that's just something that 2D artists, I feel like, they do poorly all the time, is they just draw on the arm, and then it just looks like everything is wearing spandex. Like, oh, here's a character using, skin tight shirt. No, I mean, it's not even about the wrinkles, right? Obviously the wrinkles can help, but like, it's literally shirt into arm. And it's like, no, there should be a bump there, right? That tells you that it's thick. Anyway. You're actually planning on taking that course? Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, I don't know anything about 3D, so definitely can't help you there. And also, I don't feel like I'm that good at rendering stuff, to be honest. I think that's definitely one of my weak parts. I think if I have a strength, I think it is probably like the initial like mood and lighting, like overall color palette, darkness, lightness, maybe some composition stuff. Although this is not a good composition, but like almost like the color key kind of, right? Like I think I'm okay at that. Sort of figuring out color and light to make things sort of tell the story or set the mood that I want it to set. In my opinion. I don't know if other people would agree with that, though. Maybe they look at my art and like, that's your weakness. It's possible. But I think that's something that I'm okay at. But yeah, detailing and like texturing is definitely not one of them. That's not something I think I'm good at. I'm tempted, speaking of materials and texturing, I am really tempted to come in here and do like tiling, like adding like a ceramic tile to this and do like some shininess. Like as if this is like a ceramic thing. I don't know. I don't actually want to do that. I don't think it's important enough, to be honest. Material rendering through props. Yeah, that seems useful. I don't do enough like prop design. I should do some like prop design, and then that would force me to do more like material rendering. It's definitely a thing that I've been lacking on. Because so much of my painting is like this kind of stuff. Oh, like, nope, hold on. Where is it? Where'd my image go? Uh-oh, I've lost it. It's not saved. File open. This stuff. Right, so much of it is this stuff. Like, and there's no materials here. The only material I have is like, this water is shiny because maybe there's a sky here. And even that doesn't make sense, right? You would technically have something like that, probably. I don't know. But like, yes, it's reflecting the sky. But that's about the only material. Like, there's no material, really. I mean, it's, yeah, there's some, this isn't shiny, so we know this isn't like made of metal or something, right? Probably. And so, yes, it has a matte-ness to it to make it look kind of matte and not super highly reflective. But, like, outside of that, like, there's not much going on there. Pretty much when I do materials, like, yeah, you can tell this is stone because it's the shape of how stone buildings normally look. I don't know. My stuff's very simple. But I guess sometimes I do, like this stuff. Sometimes I'll add, like, here I went in and made the silhouette of this corrugated stuff. I just basically took a line and it was like these bumps, so I went in and just made little bumps like this, and then underneath I did the opposite just to like create that silhouette. I felt that was important. But yeah, otherwise I don't do much. Sometimes I'll do it on the edge, but I guess sometimes I don't. Like here, I didn't really do anything on the edge, right? I basically rendered the way that I was talking about. Like, I should have done this and, like, designed the edge here a little bit more. And even in here, maybe, design this edge a little more. To, like, make the, you know, the bricks feel like they're more bricky. Rather than trying to spend all the time in the interior. Like, making a chip... Like, putting my details like, oh, what if there's a chipped wall here, right? Like this or something. That's going to do, I think, way more for the material. Because, like, rock is going to look a certain way when it chips. Whereas if it's, like, wood or something, it might not. And so that little tiny detail might end up being more important than all of the lines and... I don't know. But I'm also, like... I don't want to come off completely anti... like materials. I'm not complete anti-rendering, but I definitely lean on like it's not a thing I'm typically singing the praises of. I definitely, if I had my way, every painting would be more painterly. Earlier today, I was talking about how much I like Cynthia Shepard's art, and she's a good example of this. Like, she just adds just enough detail for you to know what material it is, but no more. And I think... And maybe maybe if I were to try 3D, maybe would be the takeaway that I would have as a 2D painter, is like, what makes something look like it's a certain material? It's the shininess, right? It's obviously the shape. It's the context, right? The design of it. And like, it's not every stitch and brush, you know, it's not the stitching of the fabric, right? It's the overall design of the fabric, of like, this is a dress, so we know it's a dress. It's the shininess of it. How shiny is it versus how dark does it get in the darks? Because that's gonna, you know, if it's really, really dark and really, really shiny, it's probably metal. This is probably like more shiny leather. And then you have more matte stuff, like the fluffy stuff, where the highlight versus the dark is like the same value. Also, this is really low res, so. But then you have things like in the background where it's like you just have nothing. It's just blobs. And so it's very like sparingly, like, where do you put that info? Like, okay, this is metal. Again, do you know this is metal? No, it could be wax, but like, we were assuming it's metal because it's a headpiece and it's like a jewelry, and it, you know, like, what makes us think this is metal, you know? And I think a lot of times there's an emphasis on like, let's get all the scratches and markings in there, and like, you know, it's like, no, probably not that important. He'd be an extremely good... I don't know about that. But yeah, this kind of thing I really like, because like, there isn't much info, right? Like, again, like, you don't even know what half the stuff is. It's just like vibes, kind of, right? It's like, oh, it's kind of matte, kind of shiny. Anyway, I've dabbled in 3D. I've done some hard surface stuff with like SketchUp, which doesn't really count. And then I've done some sculpting with ZBrush. So I've done a little bit. I've like dabbled, but not enough to know, like, right now, if I were to open up ZBrush, I don't even know any of the hotkeys. I don't think I could... I'd have to look up tutorials to like get started again, because it's been so long. But I have messed around with it. And I've done a tiny bit in Blender, but not much. One of my goals for this year is to actually learn Blender better. ZBrush? ZBrush was cool. I feel like ZBrush was... So I think ZBrush... Well, I think sculpting is closer to painting than like using, you know, vertices and doing a bunch of like, you know, create like hard. Basically, I think sculpting and 3D sculpting is way closer to painting than hard surface stuff, right? Hard surface stuff isn't fun for me at all. I just don't like it. It doesn't feel like painting. It doesn't feel like it feels like a tedious chore, whereas sculpting actually feels like painting. It's like in fact, it's very similar to the way that I paint, right? If I have a shape or something, right? The way that I think about it, right? Let's say I have a random shape here. You know, once I get like some basic, like a gray model type thing, right? Let's just get some basic shape and form, right? I eventually get to the point where like if I want to make this thing look like it has a hole in it, I'll or like an indent, I'll just take it and I'll take a darker color and push in, right? And then there's some light bouncing in, and I'm basically sculpting oh, let's punch this all the way through. Okay, well now we'll make a hole, and now we've punched a hole through this thing and we've made a little donut, right? And the light we want to make round. Okay, we're just gonna round off the edges, and it feels, to me, it feels like sculpting. It's like I think I've gotten to the point where like once you kind of understand some, I mean, again, I'm not saying I'm great at this, but once you've gotten to a point where you can kind of understand some shadow and light, if I want to make an indent in here, I'm not thinking, ooh, let me draw the geometry like a drawer, right? I'm thinking, okay, let's put an indentation because it's gonna get less light in there. And so I make that indentation, like, okay, now I've made a dent in my donut, right? And if I want to make that dent deeper, I make the occluded light less light, right? It's more occluded. And so you make that dent deeper. And again, if you want to punch all the way through the donut, you add that light shining through in the back. And suddenly you can make, like, to me, this feels like sculpting, right? And so ZBrush is surprisingly similar. You just push in, pull out, add stuff, take away stuff, right? It's like, yes, the UI and your UX might be terrible, but once you only need like 3 tools and you can do 90% of what you want to do, because it's sculpting. It's not that complicated, really, at least in my opinion. Like, it's basically you have a brush and you can add stuff or you can remove stuff, right? You can push in, you can pull out, and you just layer on or remove. And that to me is so much more intuitive as a 2D artist, because again, that's what I'm doing, right? I'm adding material or taking it away. I'm creating the illusion of it, of course. So yeah, I don't know. I actually, sculpting is kind of fun. We went back to our donut. Here's our donut. Should probably have a shadow somewhere. Maybe it's on the... Anyway, but yeah. I think ZBrush did seem confusing. Like I said, I think if I tried to log in, if I opened up ZBrush and tried to use it, I do think I would have to relearn all the hotkeys. I'd have to look up like the basics again because I don't remember them. They're not intuitive, as you said. But once I learned the basics, like, I felt like I could just start sculpting stuff. And again, yes, there are obviously going to be technical things, like if you want to combine hard surface and like organic shapes, then from what I've seen, hard surface stuff is a nightmare in ZBrush because you actually have to know how to use the program, and there's a lot of different methods of doing hard surface stuff, and that's not intuitive. So I don't know how to do hard surface stuff in ZBrush, but just basic organic shapes, I felt like it was great for it. So yeah, I thought it was cool. I did it enough to like get by and like do basic things, but funny enough, I just don't need I don't use ZBrush that much at all because I don't know why I would. Like, again, the organic stuff that I do, I feel like I can already do that in painting quicker, right? Like, obviously it's different because you don't have a model for it, and obviously with 3D you end up with a 3-dimensional model. But if I'm just doing like a 2D concept art or something, I don't feel like I need 3D. for organic stuff. For hard surface stuff, 3D is actually easier still. I would probably, like, if I want to do like a cityscape or something with accurate shadows, honestly, it still would probably be quicker to just like open up SketchUp or some program and do hard surface stuff, because that's going to give you accurate light and shadow so much quicker. But I don't do that either, typically. I typically just wing it with hard surface stuff. Yeah, it's also why I prefer organic stuff when I'm drawing. It's like, you know, trees and mountains are my jam. But lately I have been trying to spend a lot more time doing the hard surface stuff, a lot more perspective. Funny enough though, I actually do like perspective. I just don't like the super technical stuff, right? Like doing like a, you know, making a car design or something where you have some complex curve that's mirrored but also at an angle, so you're mirroring it across an axis, and it's, you can't just, you know, unless you're doing an isometric view or something, right? You have like a, you know, unless it's like, oh, this is going to be at an angle, so this will be at the same angle, right? If you're doing something in actual perspective, you can't do that, right? If you have like perspective like this and you have a curve like this, you can't just make the exact same curve, right? Or especially if that curve goes like this, right? You can't. It's not always gonna look just the exact, like this is not the same line, right? Like you can't just go, you know, it just doesn't work. You can't just take this and mirror it or something, right? It doesn't work that way. You have to understand what it's going to look like in 3 dimensions, and that's where I get really really bad at, like especially if you have like a complex curve or something and you want to mirror it. Like holy crap, I don't know how to mirror that over here and make it look good. Like I can, if it's organic, I can kind of get by because you can fudge it. But when it's something like a car and it's, and everyone knows that cars are symmetrical, that's where it's like you can see where my failings in perspective are. You can see exactly how bad I am. Hopefully I'll be around here and start using. I don't know if I'll do Blender on stream, to be honest. I might. A lot of times when I learn new stuff, I like to do it off stream because it gives me more comfortability to like failing and making mistakes and trying stupid stuff. Um, I like to be halfway competent before I do things on stream and in front of people. I don't know. And just also out of like principle, I think this is something that I've learned with art just in general, but like with learning art, so much of it is allowing yourself to try things and fail. Um it's just not as much fun to do those things when you feel like you're, I don't know. Like I feel like if I want to really learn, it's best I do it off stream. Like I'm okay with experimenting a little bit on stream and obviously trying to learn things, but I have my limits. I don't like to be a completely blind, right? I would want to, like, for example, if I was going to do a Blender stream, I would want to be able to like go through some basic process and know where the buttons are, know where the, you know, have it navigate all the menus, know how to use it more or less. I might not be the greatest at it, but at least I have a basic of like, this is how, what the things are and where I find the options. I don't want to be like navigating menus and asking chat where stuff is when I could just Google it on my own. And I also don't want to spend all the stream on another monitor Googling stuff, right? That's not fun for anyone. And so I think that stuff is best done off stream for me. That's how I think about it anyway. Speaking of texture, though, what are these walls made of? I don't know. Probably brick. Green brick, apparently, because there's a whole lot of green in here. mixed into this brownish color. Maybe we go like a little hook here. And then each of these things can have a hook. Again, I don't need to draw the hook on all of these. Probably this one more than any. I'm trying to put the hook here so that we can, if you were really caring and wanted to, you could connect the dot between this one doesn't have something and these do, and there is one down here. So if you wanted, you could be like, oh, this one has been taken down. Learning software or anything from scratch on stream must be very annoying. I would feel self-conscious or something. Yeah, I just think it's, I don't know, like, when I do art on stream, I don't think of myself, I mean, maybe this stream's an exception, but I don't typically think of myself as just like, oh, if I'm going to do art, might as well stream it. I think of streaming as its own endeavor, right? I don't think of, like, if I want to do my best art, I just will do it off stream, right? Like, in some ways, streaming is not just like me doing art with a webcam. It's me trying to either communicate or educate or entertain or something, right? Maybe it's just socializing, but it's different than I'm learning, right? It might be we're learning together, but again, there's still a making people feel included. But when you're like just browsing, doing Google searches and trying to research something, that doesn't feel inclusive. And also I don't really like showing my other screen that much because, like, I don't know, when I randomly search something, I like to just be in control of what's on my screen, and random searches just feel weird. I don't know. I don't like sifting through random info on stream. So it just feels like it's not the type of stream that I would want to have. All that said, it's not like I'm the greatest streamer ever or anything, and so of course my stream can be a little dull or not super exciting sometimes. So it's probably nothing super new, but at the same time, if I do have a choice, I'd prefer to not have those, like, sort of more boring streams. I don't know. They're boring for me anyway. That said, this is also why I don't do a lot of render streams. Because, again, I just feel like they're not as exciting. There's not as much decision making happening. It's more decisions of, like, how do I do something rather than what do I do. And I like the what do I do's, like the, what do I want this to be, right? Those are the questions I like, and why might it be this way or this other way? Not how do I paint materials, right? I don't think that stuff for me is as exciting. Not to trash materials or anything, because that's literally what you just said you were working on, but it's definitely not my favorite. But yeah, learning stuff on stream is hard. Definitely self-conscious. There are some people though, and I should probably give a shout out to them because I think I'm gonna raid them if they're alive. But Casey Snow is a great example of someone who is good at learning on stream. She does like art gyms, is what she calls it, where you go to the gym to get strong at art skills. And she might be live right now, and I think I'm gonna go and raid her. And yeah, she's great. Her stream, she's really sort of, I don't know, like she's embraced the learning how to, like, it's not just her learning though, it's the community learning together, and I think she does a good job at it where she talks through things. Her community is very very good at that. And so yeah, I think that her stream's a great example of like a stream where the streamer can feel like they're also learning stuff on stream. But I still think even she has her limits of like what she's gonna be, how uncomfortable she is not knowing something on stream, and like if she'll do prep beforehand to kind of know how things are going. Like I remember I did a co-stream with her a long time ago at this point. It's been like, I don't know, half a year or more. And I mean, we did an audio test before, right? Like it's not like, oh, we'll figure out audio on stream, right? No, we're going to make sure this thing is working before right? And so I think it would be disingenuous to be like, even she cares something about like how stream it goes, right? You don't just want an entire stream of like troubleshooting and annoyances, right? Like there's still a content. The content might be learning, but there's certain content that is learning that is not in the scope of what she wants stream to be. Anyway, so I think that is all to say that she's awesome and she does a lot of learning on stream, but also it's planned learning. Kind of planned learning. All right. But I'm also enjoying this, and so I kind of... Ooh, I like this idea. Kind of like a carapace almost. And then this also could be ever so slightly like bunched out. So that this is like the underside. There, little like thopter thingies. There. I like that. These could be pretty loose. What else? A little bit of green gem here, glowing in the sun. Some little tools. Some screwdrivers. I think this is here. Maybe I'll do this. A blur brush. No, that's not a good blur brush. Smudge. It's not a bad smudge brush. This is the one I wanted to use, right? No, that's fingertip blur. Wait, is that? Oh, there we go. That's the brush I wanted. So yeah, I don't like to just blur stuff all willy-nilly, but there are cases where, especially as I paint on things for a long time, I start getting some lines that are just like artifacts of other lines and brush strokes. So sometimes going in, especially to like the shadows, and just doing a little bit of a blur brush can help sort of harmonize some of those strokes into making them a little bit more, I don't know, just like softening up some strokes like under here. Little areas where maybe I didn't, I don't want a lot of detail. And it's like not that important, like back here. Or like here where we have like a tube of something. Hello, you're still live. Driftzilla, I am still live. I am alive. Live and alive. I didn't mean to say alive, but that's, yes, I am live. I think we're going to head over to Casey if she's online. I think she's online. I don't know. I haven't actually looked, but I assume she is. It is a Monday. And I know she streams on Mondays. Maybe there's a poster here. Or a painting. Somebody said a painting a while back. Or a poster. I feel like a poster would be cool. Do you think texture brushes are important for creating painterly looking textures? No. I feel like as a 2D beginner, you tend to think a lot about heavy lifting is done by the brush. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's that important. I mean, I do use a texture brush, but funny enough, this brush is surprisingly smooth. Like, right, like the parts that matter are basically there's no texture, right? Like, I mean, I can use texture, and there's a little bit of it. But to me, it's more about like the fundamentals of the brush, and to me that is like, can you make a hard edge? Yes or no. So in that case, one of these is a hard edge brush, the other is a soft edge brush, right? Does it have can you block in, right? So for me, I think of like, I don't know, here we'll write it out because it isn't helping me put it in words too. So let's write it out. So like the edge, I think it matters that you have some brushes. I think it's important that you can control the types of edges. So you should have a brush or either one brush or multiple brushes that can at least give you a hard edge, right? Hard, and one that can do a soft, right? Also, I think like a fill, I don't know what you call that, but like, can you block in, right? Or I'll just put block in. Can you make it opaque, right? Can you actually make a shape that is solid? That to me is super important. You don't want to paint with an airbrush and like not be able to fill in a shape, right? If you have a shape and you can't even fill it in, or let's say you have a bunch of stuff in the background, right? You have a bunch of shapes, textures, colors, right? I think you should be able to take a brush and paint a color on top and completely erase it, basically, right? You completely black it out. Sometimes a brush will be like this, and you'll have to like go over it a bunch, and no matter what you do, you're always left with like the underpainting, right? It's sort of like a low opacity thing. Some brushes are better at that than others, right? Most airbrushes can go opaque. That's good too, right? That's solid. If you want to block things in with an airbrush and you want to use a lasso tool to make your hard edges, that is, in my opinion, is no different than this brush, which has hard edges, and being able to just freeform it, right? Both are going to get you a hard edge, solid shape, right? So that's like another big thing is block in. And outside of that, I guess like maybe blending. But again, some of that has to do with like, is it a solid shape? Because if it is and it has pressure, right, then you can blend, right? So if you can do things like this, then you're going to be able to blend stuff, right? If you add another color, you can always, color pick and make new colors, and you can get these nice gradients. And so that's kind of like I guess the other thing is like blending. But again, that's mostly to do with opacity. So like opacity control, right? So I feel like as long as your brush has this, you're good. And a hard round brush has those, and a soft round brush has those, and like I think that's really all you need. I don't think you need fancy stuff. Maybe if you do lines, if you're a big line art person and you want your final product or your final art, I shouldn't call it a product, that makes it sound not great. But if your final art has a lot of line work, maybe you want like brush thickness. I don't use brush thickness. All of my brushes have the same width every time, unless I make them smaller intentionally. But I'm not doing it in a single stroke. So basically, blending is like opacity control. And that's, I think, pretty much all you need. You don't need texture brushes. You don't need texture. I don't think is that important. You can always hand paint it if you need. Again, I don't really even value texture. Texture to me, the purpose of a texture brush, because I do use a texture brush, the purpose of a texture brush to me is more of like adding softness in a way. Like it's a nice way, especially this brush where I can make it very hard edged, or I can kind of fuzzy things a little bit by adding some texture. To me is just lowering contrast, but it's lowering contrast in a different way than purely blending, for example, right? Adding speckles or adding texture, that is a way to lower contrast and basically make a soft edge without actually having like that perfect gradient, right? It kind of does, it softens it in its own way, right? You might still have some dark colors in here. So like, again, sorry if I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but for those who don't know, there are multiple ways to soften something. Typically it's just a matter of lowering contrast. But like, if you have a circle, right, and you could take this circle and you could do, how do you do it? You could just make this circle and then you could lighten it, and that lowers contrast, right? That to me is a way of softening it without softening the edge, right? The edge is still hard, but this is a softer, like, right? It's not as harsh. You could also take this thing and you could blur the edges, right? You could go like some sort of, that's not a blur brush. I guess it's kind of a blur brush. What am I looking? Smudge brush, right? You could do that. Now this is softening the edges, right? Not the whole shape, but just the edges. And you could keep most of the thing that way, but you could just blend out the edges. That's another way. But you could also do something like this, where you, instead of making this whole thing lighter, maybe you take like almost like a halftone type thing and you just make dots, right? If you kind of squint, the overall lightness of this is basically, it turns it closer to that gray, right? And obviously if I blur this also, it even more turns it to gray. But like, and maybe you do a combination of like some dots of different sizes, some blurring, and like you can kind of make something feel like it's softer and the values are lighter, even though you still have dark values in here. And I think that this is something that texture brushes do quite a bit. It can give the illusion of like, right, a dark and a light. I still have some dark in here, but it overall feels much grayer, right? And so it's not just picking gray paint and putting it down, but you let some of that background color pop through. But anyway, that's kind of why I use texture brushes. It's nice for like an early stage where you're experimenting, especially with colors. It does some really nice effects of letting those colors poke through. So if you have like a color here and a color here, right? You can get some of these nice colors to poke through, and you're not just blending everything. You're not blending all of those colors out. You're maintaining some. So I like it in the early stages when you're trying to be expressive and loose, and you're letting those colors pop through. It can do some nice stuff with colors. But no, I don't think textured brushes are that important. But when sketching, I sometimes have a brush that's a little random. Yeah. I think in the early sketch phase, having a little bit of a randomness is really, really nice. Um, it adds like it makes it less precious, right? I think if you sketch everything with like precision, it feels a little stiff and it feels like it's hard to make choices as well because it feels like you're constructing. Whereas if you're just are loose and things are messy, I feel like it just adds, I don't know. Texture brushes are nice. I like texture brushes, but again, I don't use any texture brushes that can't be opaque. I very, very rarely use like a, I mean, this isn't a texture brush, but like a brush like this, right, where I can't even make a solid shape if I tried, right? I could make a lasso tool in a circle. It would take me an hour to fill this in, right? Well, not really, but like this brush is awful, right? I would not use this brush as a texture brush, right? It's a bird brush. It makes bird shapes, right? It makes bird shapes. So that's what I use that brush for. But I don't really use texture brushes that are like that. I mean, this is maybe the closest, but even this can get pretty opaque, right? This can get pretty solid. So yes, it has some texture. I know some people use like speckle brushes and a lot of those things. I pretty much avoid those altogether. Things like cloud brushes where you can't really fill in a shape it very well. I don't typically use those. They're not bad, but most brushes like that I tend to avoid. I think you can make stuff look like. See, this is where I think a big like not two-dimensional, like painting misnomer. I think that like the Ghibli look is far more about color choices, shape design, composition, all the things that aren't color, value structure, right? That has to do with kind of color in a way. Um, all those things are far more important than the texture itself. Like I think you could look at a painting made with a hard round brush and say that's Ghibli. I think if that's the goal to make it look like Ghibli, you can do that with a hard round brush. I think a lot of times there's a saying in painting, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but I'm sure again probably preaching to the choir. But like most of the time when people think they have like an issue wrong with their colors or their textures, it's typically their values. Like almost always, it's when someone's like, "Oh, I want the thing to look like this other thing," or "Oh, I really love the detail," or "I love the textures," or but then someone's like, "Oh, I can't quite get my details right," and then you look and it's like their values are a mess. It's not their details, right? Or "Oh, I can't quite get my colors right." It's probably the values, right? I feel like that's true in the same with like in this conversation, like Ghibli texture. I don't know what that is because there's a lot of different art that looks like Ghibli that all has slightly different texture. Obviously Ghibli started with like a lot of watercolor, I think. So or gouache. I don't know what exactly they used. Sometimes there's like a texture, but I don't think that's as important as the values and the color and the lighting and shape. I don't know. That's my hot take on art. It's not a very hot take. But yeah, I am not a brush person. I'm not like an advocate of like, oh, you gotta have the best brushes. But that being said, I do love a good brush. I like playing around with brushes. I think they're fun to play around with. Finding a brush that you feel comfortable using is super important. Um, I mean, in theory, you could use a single pixel brush and you could paint anything, right? Like in theory, there's nothing. As long as you have control over the pixels that are going down, you could hand paint every texture. Now, would you do it? Probably not. But it's possible, and the only thing that's going to make it not possible is if you don't understand what you're doing, right? Now, obviously, I'm not good enough to do that. There are some textures I would probably just never bother hand painting. I don't have that time. I don't have that attention. But there are some brushes that are texture brushes that you will never be able to get a smooth, consistent look, right? like because some texture brushes are inherently limiting. You can't say the same for like a 1 pixel sized hard round brush. Like it's, that's not limiting in that way. It's more of some texture brushes speed things up, sure, but I don't think you ever need to use them. And again, that's kind of like an oversimplified argument, I guess, because it's not practical. Like obviously people use texture brushes. Texture brushes are great, but the thought that like that's gonna change your work fundamentally, let's put it this way: if you're using a hard round brush and you can't get the look you want, that's a skill issue, right? If you are using a texture brush and it's not getting the way you want, it might just be that you shouldn't be using the texture brush, right? Like you're never gonna find yourself in a situation where the hard round brush, in my opinion, is like making your work look bad. That's my take. I don't think there are probably lots of. Actually, I should do this before next stream if I remember. There's probably a ton of art out there where if you look at it, it never would cross your mind that it's a hard round brush, right? You probably would look at it and be like, oh, I love those textures, but they probably didn't use texture brush. I'm actually curious. Somebody like Ruon Jia, who's known for like his texture work, I think he might use a hard round brush. I don't actually know. I suspect he doesn't. I suspect he does have custom brushes, but a lot of what gives him the look that he has is painting very small, lots of little details, and value control on those details. So it's not just a flat value, but lots of Ruon Jia. I don't know how you say his name. His stuff looks like some of it looks almost 3D, but it's not. I'm pretty sure he hand paints everything, and he's a maniac. I don't know, like in the good way. Here, let me find it. Let me find some of his art. So people know him as like a dude who textures a lot. Like hyper textured art. Let's just click on something like this. Like if like this type of thing. The amount of this is hand painted texture, and he just gets really tiny with his brush, and he just like everything, and I almost looks like even this stuff, this weird texture in the skin, hand painted. Like dude is wild with this stuff. He's just painting super tiny on a giant canvas, I think, and yeah, he just does a lot of like filigree type stuff, like very like if you zoom in, it's almost hard to see, but he does like pencil thin lines. Like this is not a single line. It's like a scribbly, like it's crazy. I don't know. I think it's crazy. Oh, name is Ruon Jia, right there. Ruanjia. Like Ryan, but with a U instead of a Y. But anyway, this person, so I think he's a good example of someone who, like, his stuff, I don't exactly know what brush he's using, but I don't think it matters because he's just painting really, like, you can kind of see, actually, here you can see his brush, right? It does have a bit of texture, but his brush is not the reason that his art looks textured like this, right? Like, this stuff is not because of his brush. It's because of he's making little hand dappled lighting on his clothing, right? This is an understanding of materials and texture and value control, not the brush. Yes, his artwork has a texture to it, but I think when you're painting that tiny, it's not about the texture. Like here you can see, right, in this fluffy stuff, you can see the brush he's using, right? But here in like in the hair, how do I zoom in? You can't see the brush he's using because it's so tiny. The brush, he might as well be using a hard round brush here, right? He's not using a hair brush, right? It's literally just like pixels. And that to me is, I'm not a huge fan of like this style. It's too like, especially in like the smoother spots, it's too, I don't know, it just has something that I'm not a big fan of. But in terms of like texture, this is just putting in patience. You know, like, I mean, obviously, again, there are big painterly spots in here, right? So he does know his stuff, but a lot of this, like these shapes and the color, there's little color adjustments he's doing, little yellows in here, teals and purples, right? With the light and the bouncing, like that look that makes it look like this whatever material it is, this white cloth. The reason it looks like that is just straight up knowledge of how light works. Anyway, I think it's crazy. Dude's a beast. Yeah, he's super good. Yeah, it's not just fiddling. Like he does a like a fiddly way of texturing. Like it is like he'll scribble stuff and he'll do like this kind of thing, but it's intentional. Like he'll get to an edge that he wants crisp and he'll make sure it's nice and crisp. And then he'll go back to fiddling, right? It's like I don't really understand exactly, but like yeah, he's adding the, also I don't my image isn't that high resolution, but like he's adding the scratch marks and everything, but also then he goes in and shape designs and he has extremely good value control. Like he's very skilled. But again, I have no intention of detailing that much. Now I'm painting very small. But yeah, he basically does this, right? He goes in and just hand paints his shapes. He carves them all out. He knows what he wants. And yes, like in this case, I'm painting with a texture brush, right? But if I painted my whole painting at this scale, it wouldn't matter that it's a texture brush at all, right? They would become irrelevant because what matters is can I control the shapes and the sizes and the colors and everything that I'm putting down. Like I think he does it. I think he started, and this is just a hypothesis. I have no idea, but I think he started doing that because it was just a way for him to focus on design. So he would just come in here and be like, "Oh, there's going to be a bolt here," and so he would draw the bolt, and so he would paint it, right? And so he'd like, "Okay, there's a little shiny bolt. There's a little, you know, a little screw. This thing has a piece that goes like this, and this is, there's a little panel here with some screws, and it's basically." He's just detailing on a super fine, like he's almost like painting every text, like every thread, right? It's just like he's just showing the stuff. He's just detailing it. And I think that kind of turned into like just this sort of super fine, it almost looks like a filigree type thing where he's just going in and like you can see the mechanism. It's clear he's worked it out of like how does this leg connect? How does this cat leg work? I don't know how it works because I haven't thought it through. But like he would because he's Rongia and that's what he does. Channeling my inner Rongia by adding little tiny textures everywhere. With some bounce. There is something about zooming in though, that when you do that, it makes you think about um design a little bit and like the minute edges, like okay, I gotta fold this shape inward, and oh, there's gonna be a little shine right here as it turns the form, right? Like this little edge, this little rim light, and so you just add these little tiny highlights, and it's super subtle and almost doesn't make a difference. But when you start zooming out and you get this sort of a big picture thing, it starts giving it a look, right? It gives it that classic like hyper rendered look that he has. But he's also like simplifying stuff, right? Like if he's doing a table, he's not just rendering like crazy. He is still being careful. I don't know. It's inspiring. Like he would probably write things here along the edge and just like everything would be textured. I don't know. I don't really know how he does it totally, but I kind of have hunches of how he works. I've seen some videos of how he works. Um, so I know a bit of how he does it, but yeah. Like I do a lot of overpainting, right? So like if I have a shape here and I want this to be darker, I might just take this. I don't think he does that. I think he will put the right the color. So yeah, he's pretty well known. Yeah, he's well known. Never heard of him? Okay, yeah, he's well known in like I don't know, just online. Yeah, he's well known. I think I've heard many people talk about him. So I mean, he's certainly well known in like the circles that the places online that I'm in. But yeah, I think he just spends a lot of time painting. Also, like when it comes to artists who are quote unquote famous, like what does that mean? Like I don't like famous outside of artists. I don't know if non-artists know who he is, but I think artists know who he is, if that makes sense. Because I think he does a lot of like industry stuff, right? He works on movies and games and stuff like that. I think. I don't actually even know what he does. He definitely does art for a living, but and also I think he works in China. So like, I don't know how much into like an American audience he's sort of broken into, but he is internationally famous in terms of art. Like he's well known in non-Chinese circles. I think he's Chinese. He might not be actually. He might be something else. I don't know his nationality. I should probably know that. He has China in his location. Okay. I always assumed he was Chinese. I just didn't know. He could have been something else. But yeah, it's funny because like I think he's similar to me. I think of him similar as like Kim Jong Gi. In the obviously Kim Jong Gi is Korean, but um, I always think of him similar as Kim Jong Gi in the sense that uh, like I actually don't love his art. I just can acknowledge that he's really good, right? I am not a fan of the look. I mean, some of his stuff is really cool, right? Don't get me wrong. I do like a lot of Rungia's stuff, but it's not like the art that I would want on my walls or something, right? Like I would have a Cynthia Shepherd poster or something hanging on my wall. I wouldn't have a Rungia artwork on my wall. He's earning those sweet social credits. I don't know much about that. Is it much? Is the social credit thing like? I know there's a lot of like I remember back when it was like gonna be a thing. There was like a ton of like I don't know what you want to call it, like American propaganda around like Chinese social credit stuff. Is it much different than like a credit score? Because like we have a score, right? We have credit and doing things, and people can report you, and then you get your credit score dinged for like random crap. Not that, I mean, mostly it's like making payments. But like, is it actually like a big deal? Or is it... I actually don't know. Like, I feel like I've heard like horror stories of it, but I'm also pretty certain that's like it's always coming from someone who isn't Chinese. I haven't actually heard someone who's Chinese talk about the credit system. And like I'm sure it's just me being ignorant and haven't looked it up, but the fact that the only thing I know about it is coming from other Americans makes me think it's probably mostly just garbage. Because that tends to be how it works. When you hear an opinion about a group of people that have nothing to do with that group, that's something I've learned about politics. If I'm gonna learn about what a Republican thinks, it's not gonna come from a Democrat because it's just gonna be terrible. Or if I want to know what a Democrat thinks, it's not gonna come from a Republican because they're just gonna not get any of it right. It's just gonna be a terrible arguments. Like it's never what they actually believe. So I'm pretty certain that everything I know about the Chinese credit system is not accurate. I just don't know what the answer is, but I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that because I don't know enough about it, and I don't want to fact check anything on right now because I'm trying to end stream. so we're just going to leave it at that. Well, no, it is. I'm pretty sure it's a thing. Pretty sure it's a thing, but I don't think it's quite. Yeah, I think it's not quite the same. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. Yeah, I don't really know how it works. Okay, what am I doing here? This could go. I don't like what I'm not sure what this tail shape is looking. I'd love to visit. I'd love to visit China too. It'd be cool. I think a lot of countries. I just want to visit countries. Pretty much any country. If it's a country I haven't been to, which is pretty much all of them minus 3, uh, they're all awesome. Like every new place is cool and exciting and interesting. Like there's always just things that are like a big smack in the face and how different they are. Right? Like I am nowhere near the point where like travel for me is about the nuance. It's about the big obvious stuff that like, oh wow, I didn't know that, and yet half the world knows it because, or not half, but like if I go to India, there are just like, literally things that billions of people interact with probably on a daily basis that I'm completely ignorant of. It's those kinds of things that like hit you over the side of the head and you're like, holy crap, this is how they do things here. I'm that's why I think traveling is cool because you experience so many of those. I'm sure there are some people who've traveled so much they stop running into those and it's just like it's the nuance, but like I'm not there. So yeah, any travel is cool to me because you see those big things. I think it's neat. Which countries have I visited? I've been to Japan and Austria. And if you're counting if you're counting airports, then technically I've also been to Canada and the Netherlands and France. But those don't count because those have been in airports. So Austria and Japan, and of course the U.S., which is where I'm from. So I've been to 3 countries. But yeah, I don't count airports as being in a country, even though technically they're in the country, but not let's be real, they're not. Giant international airports don't count in my book. Okay, little screwdrivers there. I wanted to make sure this screwdriver broke the silhouette here. That was a thing that I've been careful. Rather than placing this object on, right in the middle like this, I wanted to make sure it has a little bit of a break here. Yeah, maybe some dust particles. I don't... We could try it. I'm not sure if I want to try it right now, because that's... It's a technical thing that, like... I think I have a dust brush somewhere. I literally have a brush called Dust right here. Now, do we do, like, a yellow dust? I mean, this is, like, a cool light, though, so it's kind of... Yeah, we could maybe do some dust. Right in the light. That's where the dust would be. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, it's super subtle. But it does add a little bit of texture. For sure. I think the texture can be nice. Little particles here and there. We could probably even add some of that dust particle in, like, in here. Oh, not there. Wait, what if I do this? Let's go back to this warm yellow. Does the size of the brush even change anything? I don't think it does. I don't know. I've never really used this brush before. Quite frankly, I don't know how it works. Yeah, I don't feel like the size of the brush does anything. It's just how hard I press. Yeah, maybe some little particles. I don't think we'd see much in here, though. Maybe some, just to, like, add noise. A little bit of texture. Anyway, I think this is a good spot to call it quits. Call it a day. Still don't love what I did with the cat. We kind of spent time doing literally every other part of the cat than, or of the painting than the cat. What did you do today? Oh gosh, I can show you the before and after. To the cat? Oh, I'll show you. That's not before and after. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me open up the old file. Nope, the cat's not even in that one. Where is the file? There. So let's take this. Not that one. We'll close that one. This one. Copy, paste. So I made the cat bigger, moved it down, and changed its head quite a bit. So that's what I did today. I also moved the dog in. The dog came in. Put stuff in the windows to, like, block out that part of the scene. I'd say it was quite a bit. I think I did quite a bit today. Basically, I made the cat bigger, and I put its head down, and it's sort of pouncing. Or, like, it's leaning. Before, I just didn't like how it was looking. It did change a lot. It's still a little like not very well rendered. I don't really like some stuff about it, but anyway, it's not, I shouldn't say not very well rendered. That's lazy talk. It's not, the values don't make a lot of sense. The design isn't very good. I haven't fleshed it out with like, you know, like if you compare it to this, right? This has like big metal plating. This feels like it's weird, delicate, and like you know, I want to come in here and make big shapes and do things and really sort of carve out the shape of this this cat, you know? I'll probably do something like this. Something that'll make it feel a little more, again, I don't know how to do that. The head's gonna be a hard part, but anyway, that's kind of what I've done. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. We're gonna call this done for now. I'm not actually finished, but close enough for today. I'll work on it a bit later at some point. Okay, let's go. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the subs, for the raids, for the good company. I stream 3 days a week. Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be Thursday. You can find me on all social medias. And if you'd like to support me further, you can just show up to the next stream. Or you can follow me on Patreon. Patreon.com/jstiller30. Anyway, bye. That was my outro.